Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. At this time, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. And there they go. Slight bunny hop from Winter Siren. Boxed in and board, the expected pacemaker to the front. Started with Stars is staying close. Then Treat Her Like a Star. A Dab Will Do broke much better this afternoon. Fourth from the rail. Here's the Fabulous Moolah assuming that spot. One from the outside. Then we go to Winter Siren. Now A Dab Will Do at the back. Boxed in and board has the lead. 3 parts of a length. Started with Stars who gets to the 2-path. Treat Her Like a Star 3 deep. The Fabulous Moolah 4 wide. Winter Siren in no man's land at the 3/8. And here's A Dab Will Do progressing along the inside. Boxed in and board, along with Started with Stars. They have a favorable flow. They kick away. Treat Her Like a Star is third. A Dab Will Do fourth from the inside. Boxed in and board got that 23-1 opening quarter. She's the one to come and beat in the opener. Started with Stars stays close to the pace. A Dab Will Do is third from the inside. Then Treat Her Like a Star. Boxed in and board needs a furlong for all the money. Here's A Dab Will Do. Here's Treat Her Like a Star and Started with Stars. Still chasing Boxed in and board. Boxed in and board. A Dab Will Do. Boxed in and board for 3 in a row. A Dab Will Do finishes second and Started with Stars and Treat Her Like a Star. Race 2 will start the early pick 3. Second race in about 20 minutes at 1:45. And there they go. Strawberry Quick towards the tail. Right there with Her Do the Hustle. Strawberry Quick makes a pretty good recovery. She's vying for the top spot. It's currently held by Mischief Exposed. Here's Strawberry Quick into second. Seminole Chief is third. Then Bet the Palace. And the early trailers Do the Hustle. So Mischief Exposed is the speed heading into the turn. Almost a length. Now widens to about a length and a quarter. Strawberry Quick is second. Here's Seminole Chief making his move to the outside. Further out, Do the Hustle. Bet the Palace trying to progress in the 2-path. Mischief Exposed has the lead. Seminole Chief comes a-calling. Jackie Davis. And Mischief Exposed with the lead. Katie Davis and Seminole Chief drawing right alongside. Here comes Seminole Chief now to claim the top spot. And up goes Katie Davis and Seminole Chief hitting the front. Getting away from Mischief Exposed. Bet the Palace third. Then Strawberry Quick. Seminole Chief, good-looking debut winner. Seminole Chief wins going away. And who's going to hang on for second or finish second? It is the one. Bet the Palace up for second. And the early double 3-6, $29.40. 6-1 exact at $50.50. 6-1-4 trifecta, $35.75. 10-cent super post. And there they go. Quick start for Amazing Dottie from the inside as Small Pebbles showing good speed. And Wabansi comes away running in third. Amazing Dottie broke a little bit better than Small Pebbles, and she has almost a length advantage. In the third spot is Wabansi, a little more than 3.5 from Amazing Dottie, who opens up through the early stages. She works with about a length and a half. Small Pebbles moves into the 2-path, and she tries to bridge the gap heading into the turn. And Wabansi is now 5 lengths from the front. Amazing Dottie has a length and a half advantage from Small Pebbles, and Wabansi remains at the back, and she's a little less than 6 from Amazing Dottie. And it's Amazing Dottie's race to win at the quarter pole. Small Pebbles under a drive, trying to stay in range. Amazing Dottie, Small Pebbles to the outside. Amazing Dottie comes under pressure. She still has the lead at the 8th pole. Small Pebbles continues to chase this leader the entire trip. It's Amazing Dottie under left-handed urging, trying to get this final 16. Small Pebbles chased her the entire trip. Amazing Dottie is the winner. Small Pebbles checks in second, and Wabunz. And the double 6-3 is worth $7.10. Ready for the Monday pick 5. And there they go. Bonko Medici with a flyer from the top shelf. Angelic Missions into the second spot. He races inside of 30 Oysters. We got a Lucky Mucho Man inside of Suppresso, and Matt Doyle is the last of all. Bonko Medici on the top spot there, catching a flyer out of the starting 8. Bonko Medici by 2.5. Angelic Mission sets up shop beautifully from second. 30 Oysters third. Suppresso from between runners making his move outside of Lucky Mucho Man. Matt Doyle now starting to gear up at the back of the pack, but he's a good 8 or 9 from the front, and the front belongs to Bonko Medici. Angelic Mission continues to chase, and he's making his move. Here's Angelic Mission with momentum at the quarter pole. 30 Oysters is third. Suppresso's trying to wind up. Lucky Mucho Man from the rail, and Matt Doyle's getting closer from the back spot. Bonko Medici still with the lead past the 3/16. Angelic Mission's chasing him. Suppresso is third. Still Bonko Medici. Suppresso with a late charge to the outside. Bonko Medici and Suppresso. Bonko Medici and Jose the Body Ventura. Again. Well, let's just say it this. $136 for that early pick 4. Late pick 4 time. And there they go. Clifton Punch is showing pace. Allure Fortune's prominently positioned. So too is I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, closest to the grandstand. Holiday Jazz comes away running in 4th. I'm going to Sweet Blindness, and Unicorn Sally is the last of 6. And Allure Fortune utilizing her post the quickest of all. And chasing her, both Clifton Punch and I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. And there's Holiday Jazz getting a little closer from the inside. Sweet Blindness is 4 lengths off the lead, and to her outside is Unicorn Sally, 4.5 from first to last. Allure Fortune, 23 4/5 for that opening quarter, and she gets to the 5/8, about a length and a half. Clifton Punch second from between runners. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, 3 deep from the rails. Holiday Jazz. Unicorn Sally inches a little closer, committed to a 4-wide run up the backstretch, and Sweet Blindness is a little more than 3 lengths from the front. They're taking closer order. Allure Fortune, Holiday Jazz, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me is third. Unicorn Sally tries to stride into the 4th spot outside of Clifton Punch, 5 lengths from Allure Fortune. Sweet Blindness is at the back marker. Allure Fortune has led the entire trip. The margin's 2.5. Holiday Jazz continues to chase this leader. Unicorn Sally's putting in her run. She's taking her sweet time to gear up. She's into third. She's a good 4 or 5 from Allure Fortune. Allure Fortune, dangerous with this top spot. She has led the entire trip, and she is strong at the 8th pole. Holiday Jazz second, and Unicorn Sally is third. Allure Fortune, wire to wire, opening up with ease. Comfortable winner throughout. Allure Fortune and Jose Baez Cruz. Holiday Jazz second, then Unicorn Sally, and 4th place is tight. Sweet Blindness, or I Know You Ain't. 7-1, $111.50. 1-2 exacta, $30.20. 1-2-5 trifecta, $14.62. 10 cents. And there they go. Slow start, Stone Power. Exodes, she's enticing, begin the best. Here's Flute Song, and here's Like a Rolling Stone showing pace in the 2 path. And City Kitty's on the move. She's vying for the 2nd spot, 4 deep. Now 3 deep heading into the turn. The last 3 are Joyful Soul and Stone Power and Ensuing Grace. So they race past the 3/8. Flute Song has the lead, 2.5 lengths to Like a Rolling Stone. From the outside is City Kitty. She's enticing from off the pace, and she's beginning her move. She has 6 lengths to find in the final quarter of a mile. Exodes is in the 5th spot. Long ways back to Joyful Soul, Stone Power, and Ensuing Grace. In the meantime, Like a Rolling Stone is up to the front. Like a Rolling Stone at the 8th pole kicks away. She's enticing, going to make a move for second, running with her City Kitty. But how does it feel? Like a Rolling Stone in her debut. Here is She's Enticing up for second. Flute Song third. Then Exodes and City Kid. 1-1, $23.60. 1-3 exacta, $9.20. 1-3-7 trifecta, $10.85. 10-cent super. Ready for the race. And there they go. Candy Rock quickly away. Here's Gimme the Money and Waheel picking it up together with High Tone. From the outside, Can't Beat Me. Devious Banker from the rail. Candy Rock broke very alertly. Settles at the back of the pack. Quite a scrimmage for the top spot. Gimme the Money from between runners. He's the middleman. High Tone's pressing 3 deep. Waheel right there from the rail. Can't Beat Me sitting a nice trip in fourth. He's about 2 lengths off the lead. 2.5 to Candy Rock and Devious Banker now at the back marker. They race to the 3/8. Gimme the Money and High Tone. They get away by 2.5 lengths. Can't Beat Me. He's been getting a nice trip. He's making his move in third. Waheel's back to fourth. Then Candy Rock and Devious Banker still at the back. Big time battle up front between Gimme the Money and High Tone. Been shaping up nicely for Can't Beat Me. He's putting in his charge. Candy Rock's outrunning his odds to the extreme outside. Waheel's looking for a crease to cut through and contend for the top spot. And here comes Candy Rock, and here comes Waheel. Candy Rock and Waheel. High Tone, Gimme the Money still there from the rail. Here's Waheel and Candy Rock. Candy Rock and Waheel. Candy Rock has a narrow lead in deep stretch. Candy Rock and Waheel. Candy Rock. Rafael Rohi. One more race to go on the Monday card. The nightcap is the North Warning Claiming Series. This is the third race in the series. And there they go. Mr. Larry's out for the early lead. Trevista and This Cat Can Fly are up close. Here's Maddie's Express and Count Frost from the rail. And Flat Bill comes away in good order. Kingfish right there with him. Okay, Game On. Farther out Parade Field, Trevista. The last 2, Our Man Mike and Kodiak Brown, as expected. Mr. Larry making the pace for Maddie's Express and Count Frost. Parade Field's in the 4th spot, Trevista's 5th. Then Kingfish. This Cat Can Fly. He's about 6 lengths off the lead. Following him is Flat Bill, Okay Game On, Kodiak Brown, and Our Man Mike, the last of all. And as expected, it is Mr. Larry setting the pace. And he builds up 4 lengths. Maddie's Express second outside of Count Frost. Parade Field's a little less than 7 off the lead entering the backstretch. 2.5 for 3 to Kingfish, Trevista. And This Cat Can Fly. Another 2 lengths back to Flat Bill. It's about 3 to Kodiak Brown, Our Man Mike, and Okay Game On's the last of 11. An even flow for Mr. Larry. 24 seconds the opening quarter, 48 the half. He builds up 6 lengths, Count Frost and Maddie's Express. Another 4 to Parade Field, 10 lengths from the front. It's about 2 to Trevista and Kingfish from the inside, then Flat Bill. This Cat Can Fly's 4 or 5 wide. Kodiak Brown's improving his position. Our Man Mike's second last. Okay Game On is at the back. And Mr. Larry's coming back to his rivals. Maddie's Express in a good spot with Count Frost. And Parade Field's trying to gear up. Here comes Parade Field. And also trying to quicken in with him, Trevista. And they're ganging up on Mr. Larry. And there's Maddie's Express and Count Frost, and Kingfish muscles into the seed, and Trevista's there, and also Parade Field, many chances. Kingfish is up to the front. Kingfish gets the lead. Our Man Mike from the depths of nowhere to the far outside, and Kodiak Brown tries to quicken in. Here's Our Man Mike, Kingfish, Kodiak Brown up the inside, a thrilling finish. Our Man Mike. Our Man Mike in the nightcap from Kingfish. Kodiak 5 cents, 10 cents super, 475.10, $648.35. Late pick 3, 174, $559. 1 with 7 with 4. Our late pick Pleasant good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, our Tuesday opener in 45 minutes at 1:15. 8-race card, fast racetrack, couple of nice carryovers. Pick 6 in the third, and that nice pick 5 carryover in the fourth race. Let's get to the changes. In the opener, scratch 3 double vision, 3 double vision out of the opener. Fast racetrack. Race 1 will start the early double, the early pick 4. In race 1, scratch 3 double vision. Second race is clear of change. It will start our early pick 3, no changes, race 2. Third race will start the pick $6 minimum wager, old school style pick 6. There's the carryover, $8,110. It's a nice 3-day carryover for the Tuesday program. Scratch 2, Miss Haley. Third race, scratch 2, Miss Haley. 2:13 is the approximate post time for our Tuesday pick 6. Our pick 5 starts in the fourth race. Nice carryover there, $22,000 plus $22,201. That's a 50-cent minimum wager. In the fourth race, number 4, Flutie Flakes, 1 pound over the weight. 2:42 is the approximate post time for our Tuesday pick 5. Late pick 4 gets underway in the fifth race. No changes to report. Race 5 clear of change. Late pick 3 starts in the sixth. It is also clear of change. No changes, races 5 and 6. Seventh race will begin the late daily double. Scratch 1 Win Giant out of the seventh. 5 Empire Ride, 1 pound over the weight. Number 8 Leo and Royal, 3 pounds over. Let's go to the nightcap. Scratch 4 Juggler. Scratch from the nightcap. 8 Uncle Milty, 4 pounds over the weight. So a couple of nice carryovers on this Tuesday program. We'll start the day at 1:15. Up next, Dave Matthijs.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Enjoy this Tuesday card. I think the sun might be out, at least for a little while today. Looks like we will have a fast racetrack for today's festivities. 8 races on the card. Wow, interesting in the jockey standings now. It's getting pretty close. We are in September now, still a couple months to go, but Koa all the way up there in first right now. What a year he's having. Right now, he's got 42 wins. John Davila Jr., the veteran, up there with 40 victories. Diego's the new face in the top 3. Congratulations, Emmanuel Diego. What a great start he's had. He's right now tied with Worry with 38. We are expecting Andre Worry to be back within a couple weeks here. We'll see, hopefully that he gets cleared to ride in a couple weeks, and maybe he can make a run again for the rider title. But pretty close between a few of them in the standings right now. What's not really under contention is the trainer standings. Chris Engelhart has dominated for such a long time. We do have a pick 5 carryover into today, over $22,000. A couple big prices. Well, you had the one real big price. Allure Money was a decent price, but you had the big price winner yesterday, causing $22,000 carryover. Now, looking at today's first race, we do scratch the 3 double vision. We are down to 5 betting interests in race number 1. It is the non-winners of 2 cents a day or never won 4 race condition. Now, just reading that, you would think that the horses that are in for the 2 since 6 months, that's not 2 in a year, that's 2 and 6 months condition, would have a big advantage over the 4 lifetimes. But looking at it, there really isn't any world beaters entered in the 2 and 6 months. But then again, there's not a lot of 4 lifetimes entered at all either. I think Quad Party was the only horse that is in there for the 4 lifetime. So man, did that one get in pretty tough. The rest of them, yeah, are in for the condition, the 2 and 6 months. Now, I just couldn't take Bowing Snowman on top. I'm sorry. I looked at it. He's the speed of the race. I just think Night Escort's going to chase him down going this distance, 5.5 today. Now, Bowing Snowman at 5.5 is dangerous to go all the way on the front end. He does look like the speed, and that's exactly what he did on a good racetrack back in August. Then was a little overmatched against the State Breds. He's on the lead as far as he goes today, but I do think Night Escort catches him. Now, I really don't have a lot of excuse for Night Escort last time. It was only a 4-horse field. Yes, he broke slowly, but he recovered and got an easy lead in there. And he's not even a horse that's got really a lot of speed. Juggler was just better, but Nutsy was just better. Nutsy circled the field. Granted, there were only 3 other rivals, but he had a slow start too, and he was still able to go by Night Escort, was a little bit better. Now, with that said, Nutsy probably would beat this field. So it's not so much that Night Escort ran a bad race because it was 4 horses. It was just one of those horses. Nutsy was a little bit better, and Nutsy would probably beat this field. So I'm going to lean towards Night Escort, top choice. Bowing Snowman, who's become one of my favorite horses now after that victory that he had back in August, really surprised me, and we had a lot of fun with that one. I'll never discount the chances of Nutsy or of Bowing Snowman again. I'll discount the chances of Nutsy maybe, but this one, good luck to the Mullers. Bowing Snowman, that's the one they got to catch. The one entry you got to consider, Dr. Lloyd does have some tactical speed to stay close with Bowing Snowman. They'll take the weight off with the apprentice rider with Dr. Lloyd, and then Michael will ride Blue City, who also drops back down in class to 5,000. You do have 2 for the price of 1 here in race number 1 with this entry for Coco Dominguez, and both of them have a chance in here, so I wouldn't discount their chances either. It's just a matter of pace. It does look like Bowing Snowman should get the lead in here over Dr. Lloyd, and Night Escort won't be that far back that I think he chases him down. Bowing Snowman hold on for share, and then the entry are the other ones that are going to contest it. Looks like Quad Party in kind of tough in the 2 and 6 months condition, along with that 4 lifetime. Maiden condition is the second. This for fillies and mares, going a distance of 1.70 miles. Don't have to take a lot of time with this race. Miss Solveig going to be a very, very short price, and then it could be Happy Time, and unless Go Sousa Go improves, that one's going to run second for the short exacta, or maybe a horse like Go Sousa Go or Baby Dreams can beat Happy Time for second. But it really does look like Ms. Solveig, if she runs her race, is going to be awfully tough. Now, she's only had 1 start since May, so there's 2 downsides to this really short price favorite. That's one of them. She's only had 1 start since May, and that was in July. The other one is the breeding. This is an interesting one because, at least on the dam side, she is more bred for the turf, not the dirt. Now, she's still got races on the dirt that would beat these, and she's definitely bred to go long. I mean, this is the furthest she's been in a while. So there are some vulnerabilities for Miss Solveig. With that said, numbers-wise, she really lays over the field. And plus you get Katie Davis aboard. So there's a lot of things to like on Miss Solveig as far as her versus this competition, but there's also some vulnerabilities when I say the turf breeding and then trying the 1.70 today. She's the one to beat, though. If somebody does beat her, it probably is Happy Time, but it's not like she's shown that much either. That was her first time going long. Second time going long last time, and she didn't run bad. I just think it was an easier field that she was up against, especially compared to what Ms. Solveig's been up against. It was more like a maiden claimer that she was in than a special weight with only 4 betting interests. That's another one, a 4-horse field, and she finished 3rd, so she's a little bit dressed up. So that's why I think if Miss Solveig runs her race and wins, maybe if you're going to find value, you may want to try to beat Happy Time for second. I guess that would be the best way to approach race number 2. Or maybe you think that she's going to improve with the move into Barbosa. She's a run-happy horse. She does have some good breeding, and maybe she can beat Miss Solveig if that one, with the vulnerabilities, doesn't have it today. Really tough to go against Miss Solveig, though, just on the numbers. I will go with Go Sousa Go for third. She stretches out, and she's got some really nice breeding for the route. You look at it, she's bitonalist, and then the dam had more starts going long. Definitely on that dam side, there's a lot of routers. But she's been losing double digits. She is taking some money in her 2 starts, both here at Finger Lakes, first time out, and then at Saratoga. And I think that this is the longest she's been, stretching out from a mile to the mile 70, that I think the more distance, the better. She's got to show a little bit more than what she has. Although, probably just a little overmatched against the maidens there. The one-horse Baby Dreams lands a share. I mean, you got Canceled Captivity stepping up from maiden 5,000s. Varsity Doll, really not bred to go long at all by a sprinter. So I guess by default, Baby Dreams might be able to make it into the Super at a price. And let's face it, if Miss Solveig wins at Happy Time second, it doesn't matter who comes at third or fourth. The Super's not going to pay a lot. You're going to have to hammer it. But it's one of those races where it could be anybody for third or fourth. I got 5, 6, 2, 1 in this race. Interesting enough, I mean, I got 5 and 6. I think like 4 of the first 5 races. That's my exacta. Let's hope those are good numbers today. Third race, scratch the 2, Ms. Haley. Yeah, the speed of the speed in race number 3, and it is, keep in mind, it's only 5.5 furlongs. If you're used to playing other racetracks and you're playing Finger Lakes lately, or you just maybe new to Finger Lakes, we do run 5.5, a little more than 6. So if you think about it, it is going to tend to help horses that are on or near the lead, at least within 3 lengths. And you even see with closers when you don't see them come from 5 or 6 lengths back as you do in some of the 6 furlong track or 6 furlong races otherwise. So that's one of the things you might look for. And with these young horses, still learning to rate, still learning to pass horses, it is an advantage sometimes at 5.5 more than 6 to get that early lead if you don't have to be too aggressive. Miss Stones fits the bill. Now this horse coming off a top 3 finish, in a sense a little disappointing because she was the post-time favorite. But on the other side of that, it was a tough field that she was up against. I mean, we're going back to early August, and she did have the lead in the stretch after chasing and pressing the whole way. And she's quick, and I think she's quicker than some of her rivals here. I mean, you got Who Asked You coming off a maiden, Maddie Surprise coming back. I mean, she didn't beat anything in her maiden win here. Star's Delight didn't really beat anything in her maiden win here. So Devilly, I think 5.5 might be a little short for her, but she's probably the main threat if the speed backs up. But Miss Stones looks like the one they're going to have to catch in here. Who Asked You has the most room to improve, making her second career start. Again, she didn't beat that strong of a maiden field last time. And it was one of those things where it was hard to like anybody. And she does have some decent breeding. And again, second career start, she does have that room to improve, especially if Miss Stones stops on the front end. Definitely play, especially if somebody can go with Miss Stones early, would certainly help the cause of Who Asked You. We'll use Devilly for third. If it was 6 furlongs, I might like this horse on top. 5.5, as mentioned before. Yeah, it almost looked like Ray had to be a little aggressive with this horse. I mean, they went 47 up front, but it did fall apart. Jackson Avenue was back with Devilly early, the winner. That one took off, and kind of Devilly followed the leader in a sense and rallied to be second. Was no threat to Jackson Avenue in that race. Stays at Finger Lakes, now got a trip over the track. A little concerned about shortening up to 5.5, but if she does come up a little sharper here and she can get something to chase after, she can have a chance to win here. But I have to consider her a top 3 threat regardless, off of a pretty decent effort. It was lengths back to Star's Delight. as that pace collapsed. I'm surprised that pace backed up. It wasn't like they went that fast. One thing they say about Stars Delight, though, she was acting up before the start, and you wonder if she ran some of her race before that race. Another one to consider, if you're playing supers, I would probably use Stars Delight for fourth. Fourth race starts the pick 5, Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in here. A couple of these maiden races are pretty competitive. I thought the 6th race was the toughest race of the card. Maybe a chance to get a long shot in there. This one's interesting too because this one is 6 furlongs, but it's a 6 furlong race without a lot of speed. You would expect the outside horse with lasting speed to be the speed. Mike Progno's horses have all been running for him. He's done a good job with the small stable that he has. But that one does look like she stops a lot at 3/4. So I'm going to go just kind of looking at pace flow in this race. You figure with lasting speeds going to the lead. That's how you kind of analyze these races of Finger Lakes. But Mommy Joe Dreams is going to be inside, and she's not going to be far from with lasting speed. So she figures to get a nice trip right behind that pace setter. If that one stops, maybe she can inherit the lead from her inside position from that 3 post and get first run on some of these other ones. You know, does look like she's improving. That's the one thing. And that's what kind of scares you off a little bit with a horse like Mommy Mojo Dreams is she was running against maiden claimers when she first arrived here. Well, she ran against 3-year-old special weights, then maiden claimers. She was running well. She was hitting the board against those maiden claimers. But then she stepped up against the maiden special weights last time, but ran very well. So is she improving, or are the fields getting weaker against the special weights? I guess that's kind of what you got to ask. But her numbers have been ascending, which makes you think that Mommy Joe's Dreams is good enough in this spot where there's no real standouts. I'll go with the 2, My Inner Voice for second. Big thing is, again, not a lot of speed other than with lasting speed. And again, if that one stops, he wants probably somebody in that second tier. My Inner Voice, no real excuse last time. It says she broke slow, but it wasn't that bad. She was in the race. She just found herself far back without a lot of early speed. She did have to split horses, which may have lost a little momentum, but she wasn't going to be better than third in that race. Maybe a little bit of a break since that last race. She'll be sharper today, and you can't discount these connections. Again, it was a good race. Her number is good enough to beat most of these. The 4, Flutie Flakes, is a tricky read here because she's the morning line favorite, and maybe deservedly so. She's been running against tougher, but her 2-year-old debut wasn't bad. She ran against special weights, and then didn't run again as a 2-year-old. Came back as a 3-year-old, again, didn't run bad, added Lasix last time, and it was a mile race. Can discount that. It's really hard to gauge anything about how good Flutie Flakes is from the 3 finishes. Actually, there was a horse that was a half to her run yesterday. Was it Flute Strong or something like that? Ran well first time out. I think ran third behind that runaway winner. What's the name of that horse? But it was a pretty good 2-year-old filly race. Again, that was a first-time starter that ran yesterday. That was the half, and she ran pretty well. Flutie Flakes, Doug Flutie was a lot better when he was at Boston College in New England. I think he played for one of those Division 3 pro football teams, Bills, Bison, something like that. But he was really good on New England. So Flutie Flakes leaves for third. Glory Bound Clara from the rail. This horse could be an improving one as well. She ran well against, like Mommy Mo's Dreams, ran against maiden claimers. She ran third in that race. Then did show a little improvement. She stepped up to face special weights in her second start and wasn't that badly beaten in that race. Decently bred horse. I could see her improving again in her third start. So 3, 2, 4, and 1. Let's start the pick 5. Keep in mind, the pick 5 carryover, $22,000 plus today. We expect a pretty good size field. Today being a Tuesday, you should get a good size pool for that pick 5, which means it's going to normally pay a little bit more than what you would expect when you got a little more buffed up pool with that carryover money. So it's something you want to get involved in. it looks like you can narrow down most of the races. There are a couple that maybe you can spread out and take a shot at a couple long shots. Why not? You beat a couple favorites, get a Raf Rohina or somebody long shot in there. I think pays about 40, 50,000. You're the only ticket. Why not? This race, yeah, Colton Goes looks tough. I mean, I liked the horse a little bit last time. The race fell apart. I mean, Don Bernardo, a long shot, won the race. I was actually surprised Colton Goes didn't run better than what he did. I'm a little concerned with the equipment change. Actually surprised they don't take the blinkers back off. And he didn't really run his race. I mean, he drops to 5 today, so he really can't gauge it. If he wins today, he can't gauge if it was the blinkers or not if he does win. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But I think at 5,000, Colton Goes should be able to handle these. At least run 1-2 against these $5,000 claimers, blinkers or no blinkers. The 6 horse is That's My Business. Comes out the best last race number in the field, although you'll see that inflated a little bit when they trounce a maiden field. He dropped in class to face a pretty weak 11-9 maiden claiming field, but he came home relatively quick for that maiden claimer. And he's going against winners at the 5,000 level. He's not going in against 11-9s or allowance. Right off the maiden 11-9 win, he's going in against 5,000s. You got to think that this is a good spot for That's My Business off of the last effort. An interesting one is the 7 Stormandy. Man, I did not expect this horse to run that far back last time. I expected him actually to be closer to the pace than what he was. So maybe he was a little sluggish last time, nowhere's near the early speed of that race and nowhere's near anybody at the end. So it's concerning that he didn't fire at all. At the same time, maybe you give him another chance because his previous races puts him right there against these because he's running against tougher competition. He broke his maiden against maiden special weights, and it wasn't that long ago. It was back in a couple months ago in July. Wouldn't be a surprise in here, but you got to kind of draw a line through the last race for Stormandy. The 4 horse Up for Adventure, yeah, I got him 4th, but I could see him 2nd or 3rd in here. It's tough to take this horse on top. I don't think I ever do, but because he's one of those horses, and it's strange seeing a horse like this from the Chris Engelhart barn. But you know what? He always fires. He always gets a check. So 1 for 23. One of these days, he's going to get the right kind of trip to win, but he's usually a horse that you can use underneath in tries and supers. I got him 4th, but I wouldn't be surprised if he gets 2nd or 3rd in here as well. I mean, it's just a matter of the trip for Up for Adventure. Would be a surprise if he wins, and you probably won't get the price that you deserve because of the connections, because it's a horse that doesn't want to win in most cases. 6th race is a 5,000 claimer for fillies and mares. Non-winners of 2 races since a date, and goes 6 furlongs. Mentioned this one. I thought this was the most competitive on the card, and it's good that it's in the pick 5 wager. I don't think you could just look at this race and say, boom, that's the winner. It's going to come down to the trips. And investment grade, he knows the speed on the outside. But what I do like, kind of like how I looked at that other race with the horse that had speed is most likely going to stop, and the horse that's going to have the inside trip that's closest to her could have a chance to win. Again, Kevin Navarro aboard Let's MAGA, and I think he's going to fit this horse pretty well in this spot with this race. The horse got mixed up in a quick first quarter in the slop just a couple of races ago. I know they slowed it down according to the time, according to the fractions, and she didn't get beat all that badly by Dosage and Mimosas, who won a couple in a row on that off track. I'm not so sure Let's MAGA really likes an off track. So maybe you could say, well, it's still a good effort. I mean, the horse wasn't that badly beaten. Last race is the one you got to forgive. But it was against a pretty tough group for the level. And she got discouraged after she was chasing for a little bit and then fading. I don't think she really has to be in an all-out chase right here going 6 furlongs. I mean, that's 5.5. You got to be a little more aggressive to get in the race. 6 furlongs, she could relax behind the speed of investment grade, who probably will come back to her. So Let's MAGA could be in a good position right on the inside, either with her or just off of her holding the rail on the inside. Not necessarily holding the rail. I mean, investment grade could clear out there, and I think she could be okay sitting on the inside right behind her. And I think that could be the key to victory for Let's Maga. Keep in mind, this horse is 8-1 morning line. So I'm kind of out there a little bit looking for the price. Here's one. I know I got a lot of shorter prices on today's card, but some of these races, it is what it is. Christmas Dinner, logical horse. A lot of seconds for Christopher, but she does win a lot better on an off track. If you do get some rain, that really helps Christmas Dinner. But her last race isn't bad at all. Ran a solid second. I thought she might have hung a little bit, though, because Clifton Punch was a horse that she should have beat on her game. Goes 6 furlongs today, but doesn't matter, 5.5 or 6. Christmas Dinner, honest horse, always fires for Deborah Breed. Should be in position here. And hard to leave her out of the top 3. She's a definite player. The tricky read, I thought, was Cat Glasses Kathy. Is this horse completely improved right now? I mean, it's hard to say that she liked the sealed off track. I mean, is that the reason that she ran so well the last 2? I mean, those are a couple of career best races for Cat Glasses Kathy. She could be coming around because keep in mind, she only hit the board once in 7 starts priorly on off tracks. Was that the competition or her form wasn't good then? I mean, she's a tricky read. But one thing you say is her last 2 races are pretty good. It says a lot. I mean, the barn itself, I mean, a lot of the horses have improved. I think CJ's Grand Slam, that one run is improving the rest of them. They're watching that one and must be inspiring for the other horses because it seems like all the numbers buyer-wise for the Jimmy Wright barn horses have all gone up. She's been a big price the last 2. 20-something to 1, 8-1 last time. Again, maybe it was the off track. The good thing for Cat Glasses Kathy, she doesn't have to run against Dosage and Mimosas today, who's beaten her the last 2. La Cafeteria is the late runner. It's 6 furlongs, but with this one, it doesn't matter if it's 3/4 or 5.5. It all matters is how the pace flow comes back to her. And that was the issue. I don't see a ton of speed other than investment grade getting out there. Let's Bag a Lay close. I don't see them going faster than 46 and change. And La Cafeteria, I mean, she did close to hit the board against a 47 last time. This is a little bit tougher today. She's in good form right now. But again, her running style, you got to hope that they really back up for her to catch everybody to get the win. Couldn't do it, though. She's definitely running for the apprentice rider and can land a share at least. That's a tough thing with some of the closers. You just got to hope that they back up to them if they got that kind of running style. 7th race scratch, the 1-win Giant, goes the distance of 1.70 miles. Yeah, Leo and Royal comes back to Finger Lakes, gets back on Lasix after maybe just taking a shot in the Albany Stakes at Saratoga. That's usually the 3rd leg of our Big Apple Triple. It used to be called the Big Apple Triple as part of the Mike Lee Stakes and the New York Derby here at Finger Lakes. Yeah, that was a tough spot. I mean, I know it's restricted for 3-year-olds. I was surprised that they tried that spot after Amadeus Music just dominated them in the previous start. But you know what? This is a horse that seemed to be improving. Against restricted 3-year-olds, he actually won going 5.5, was probably just a tightener before going long, and then stretched out and looked really good in victory when he won the 2 Lifetime. We stepped up right into the 1 State Bred, but I think Amadeus Music just might have ran a huge race. They gave him a big number for the win. Talk about Amadeus Music, although Leo and Royal far behind. You'd think he'd be a little bit closer to that rival, but he didn't have a great trip. They bet him down to be 1-2 in that race. So you can't blame him off of his prior form. Let's just hope that that Albany Stakes, you just forget about it, come back here, and this is a field that he can beat. The main concern I thought was Empire Ride. Coming off a big number last time, claimed, and then moving to this spot against our allowance condition. I mean, this is a New York bred that should run well against these rivals. It's a young horse that hasn't had a ton of starts, only 7 starts, and could be an improving horse as well. And Jeff Engelhardt does a good job finding these type of horses that are eligible for these allowance conditions. So now he goes into the 3 lifetime here, still eligible for the 1 state bred, and Empire Ride could find a nice home here at Finger Lakes. The 2, Doc Advantage, has run well going long before. He's good going short or long. Notice he did win back, going back a little bit to November of, I want to say 2021, he won going a route. So he's no trouble getting the mile 70. Another one that's got more seconds than victories, but one that you can use in the top 3 against these. I'll use Crypto Causeway for 4th. He did get a perfect trip and scenario when some other horses were goofing around on the outside. He got a nice inside trip the day he won, but he still had to run down Tiz Lucky that day, and it was a good number. Last race wasn't so fortunate, but the recent numbers puts him in the mix against these horses. So 8-5-2-3 in the 7th. Last race, scratch the 4, Juggler. Yeah, I don't love this horse as far as his recent form. I don't have an excuse for BC Glory Days last time. But one thing you got to like in a race like this, simply having a tactical edge and maybe just being a little bit better than these 5,000 claimers, especially cutting back in distance of 6 furlongs. I think even with a cutback, he's inside of Smart Storm, that BC Glory Days is going to have a tactical edge. Even if Smart Storm goes, it's not like Smart Storm's that fast or wants to go that fast, that this horse could get a 22-4, maybe a 46-4, and just go all the way. BC Glory Days with a tactical edge against 5,000 claimers. Again, I don't like his last race in the route. I thought he should have run better than what he did. He doesn't really have an excuse, but turning back as the main speed, he's going to be tough. Kobe's Legacy, this is a horse that's improving. This will be his 3rd start of the year. Last time he ran into a big drop down, and Schiffauer Storm was just simply tons the best. Probably was like 1-5 in there or something. Yeah, no such rival in here. He's just got to catch BC Glory Days. The 5 MCRR coming off a good number, although he did get a nice trip in a sense that race fell apart. And then I'll use the 3 as a long shot, Thundering March, another deep closer. Thinking BC Glory Days goes to the front, puts away Smart Storm if Smart Storm actually tries to go with him. Thundering March, maybe not so much a win threat unless they do duel up front or somebody can go with BC Glory Days. Then he can rally, but at least to get in the number for the late closer, Thundering March. So let's go with the 6-2-5-3 in the last. Again, we scratch probably what would have been the favorite Juggler out of the last race on the card. Enjoy today's card. Again, remember, the pick 5 starts in race number 4 with the 8-race card. There is over $22,000 in the carryover pool. It's a 50-cent minimum wager. You want to get involved in that. We also have the $1 pick 6 that begins in race number 3. Continue live racing tomorrow with the 1:15 first post. See you then.
Race 1 on the Tuesday card, sprinting, 5.5 furlongs, 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2 races since March 12th. They're non-winners of 4 races, $5,000 claimers. Scratch 3 double vision, 3 double vision scratch from our Tuesday opener. 5-night escort will be equipped with blinkers at the starting gate. Blinkers go on at the starting gate, 5-night escort. Field of 6-5 wagering interest, a fast racetrack, 8 races. The opener begins the early double, the early pick 4. We got a couple of nice carryovers, the pick 6 in the 3rd, pick 5 in the 4th. Let's get to the post parade for the Tuesday opener. Number 1, Dr. Lloyd, Carlos Barbosa. Stablemate 1A, Blue City, Michael Davila Jr. 5-2 on the board for the Coco Dominguez duo. Next will be the 2 quad party, Nazario Alvarado. His stablemate is the 4 Star in the Making, Heeman Harkey. Tim Murphy, trading both 2 and 4. 4 Star in the Making, looking for his 10th career score. That leads this group. Here's the favorite, the 5-night escort, looking for 2 out of 3. 6-5 with Kevin Navarro. And 6 Bowing Snowman, the second choice at 2-1, also looking for 2 out of 3. With Jeremias Flores. A field of 6-5 wagering interest. Our Tuesday opener in a little more than 3 minutes. Start the day pretty chalky. A 5-night escort by Top Pick. Good enough to beat Magnificent Chrome and Preferred Outcome. A length behind Nutsy on the 28th of August. That was his first start since the 11th of July. I like the spacing. Comes back here in a very good spot. He's very tactical. He can stay close to Bowing a Snowman and get first over. Night Escort, a very likely winner of our Tuesday opener. 6 Bowing Snowman looked very good, winning on the 8th of August. So good that the connection said, you know what, let's try him in the State Bred. Well, you know what? He's back in where he belongs for $5,000. Maybe Bowing Snowman gets brave once again. He is our current second choice. Night Escort 6-5, a Bowing Snowman at 9-5. 2 Quad Party. Perhaps he could come pick up some pieces. He's been laying pretty close to the pace of late. You look at his last 3 sprints, and he has been somewhat forwardly positioned in each and every one of those affairs. Maybe he gets a good trip today. Perhaps 5 and 6 really take it to one another immediately out of the gate. And 2 Quad Party finds himself in a beautiful spot up the backstretch. 5-6-2 for me in our Tuesday opener. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the Tuesday opener. Big favorite is the 5 Night Escort 4-5. Lots of tote support. 6 Bowing Snowman 8-5. Night Escort getting equipped with blinkers at the starting gate. Stablemates the first 2 to load. Quad Party and Star in the Making. Here's the favorite Night Escort. Bowing a Snowman to post position 4. A field of 6 with 5 wagering interests. And then the Coco Dominguez duo to the outside, Dr. Lloyd and Blue City. There is Dr. Lloyd. Blue City will be the last one to load. Ready for the Tuesday opener? And there they go. Bowing Snowman quickly away with Dr. Lloyd and Blue City. Star in the Makings 4th, Quad Party 5th. Here's the favorite, Night Escort, the last of 6. He's relatively close, only 3 lengths off the lead, 3x3 up the backstretch. Bowing Snowman, Dr. Lloyd, Blue City applies pressure from the extreme outside. Quad Party with a ground-saving trip up the backstretch run. His stablemate Star in the Makings in the 2-path, and Night Escort's 3 deep at the 3/8 with about 4 lengths to find on Bowing Snowman. Bowing Snowman has the lead. Here's Blue City, 3 wide, Dr. Lloyd from between runners. Night Escort makes his move. He's committed to a 4 wide charge. He has momentum. We'll have to overcome this wide trip. Quad Party gets to save all the ground. Star in the Making is there. Bowing Snowman off the turn, the one to reel in. Quad Party tips away from the inside, now goes back to the rail. Night Escort with this wide journey, it caught up to him. He's a little even paced. Bowing Snowman getting brave on the front end. Bowing Snowman all the way in the Tuesday opener. Quad Party outruns his odds for second. Then Night Escort and Star in the Making. Bowing Snowman looked very good at winning 2-back on the 8th of August. Looked even better today. Good looking score. Bowing Snowman. Big strong 5-year-old gelding by Lauban cruises in the Tuesday opener. 1 minute 6 and 25 100ths the final time. Good effort from the 2 Quad Party at a big price, 16-1. Third place 5 Night Escort. Photo for 4th. Make sure to hold all tickets. Bowing Snowman for 2 out of 3. A 5-year-old to Bay Gelding by Lauban out of the Damn Wild and Windblown. Owned by Thomas and Linda Muller. Thomas Muller is the winning trainer. Winning jockey Jeremiah Flores. The winner was bred in New York by McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds LLC. 4th place to the 4, Star in the Making at 27-1. Race 1 is in the books, officially a 6-2, a 5-4. That exact to $53. The trifecta, $30.37. The 10-cent super, $16.95. Second race will start the early pick 3. There are no changes. Our second race in 21 minutes at 144. Make sure to join us this Monday for a Handicappers Challenge. It's free for all Lucky North Club members. Our $2,500 handicapping challenge set for this Monday, September the 18th, 1:15 first post. Free for all Lucky North Club members. It's an on-track handicapping contest. Races 1 through 8 right here at Finger Lakes. Once again, free for all Lucky North Club members. $1,000 to the winner, $600 for second, $400 for third. 6 days. This Monday, September the 18th. Join us, 1:15 first post. Nice carryovers this afternoon, fans. You can still get plenty of time to construct a nice ticket. FingerLakesGaming.com. Click on the racing tab and scroll on down to free digital program. $8,100 plus 3-day pick 6 carryover in the third. $1 minimum wager, old school style. And then the pick 5 starting in the 4th race. 50-cent minimum wager, better than $22,000 in the 1-day pick 5 carryover. FingerLakesGaming.com. Click on the racing tab and scroll on down to free digital programs. Get that winning ticket assembled and get it in a very timely manner. Going to be some big pulls today.
10 minutes post for race number 2, and congratulations to the Mullers. Bowing Snowman able to handle that field on the drop-in class. Got the front end going 5.5. Jeremiah Flores, an easy kind of winner. It's like a different horse over the last 2 or 3 starts, although overmatched against the one state bred, but the last 2 times against 5,000s has looked good. Second race, a maiden race, going a distance of a mile 7. Got a short price favorite. No surprise is the 5 Miss Solvig, who has been facing so much tougher at Saratoga and Belmont and not getting beat all that badly. Only got beat less than 3 lengths against Belmont competition in May. I guess the vulnerability would be the fact that she's only had the 1 start since May and not a lot of experience going over a mile, but it may not matter against these horses as she's got a big numbers edge on these rivals. Bred more for the turf, but she was by Bernardini. $145,000 yearling, figures to be awfully tough in here, and a very, very short price at odds of 1 to 5. Happy Time might be the biggest threat. She does come out of an easier race, though. Ran an even 3rd, stretching back out after losing by 20 lengths her prior start trying to go long. But that was because it was against Janice Joplin, who's a real tough one in the condition. I mean, that race turned out to be so solid on July 17th, you can almost ignore the performance. But it was a better effort last time, but again, an easier field. She might just round out an easy exacta. But if the 5 doesn't have it with not a lot of activity lately, maybe the 6 can pull off the minor upset. But she looks like the main threat. Another horse to consider would be the 2 Go Susan Go on the breeding. She's by Tonalist out of a dam that is bred to go long, and she's making her 3rd start. She's actually taken some money in her first 2 starts, not only here in her first career start, she went off at odds of 6 to 1 and broke badly that day. And her other race stretching out was at Saratoga. So this will be the first time going long here at Finger Lakes, and it's only her 3rd career start. So she does have a lot of room to improve, and she's currently getting a little bit of play at odds of 7 to 1. Just looking for somebody that might have a higher ceiling that could pull off a little bit of an upset here in race number 2. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in the second race. You got 8 minutes to post.
Second race, no changes. Here's the Group 1 Baby Dreams, Emmanuel Di Diego. 2 is Go Susan Go, Heeman Harkey. Next will be number 3, Canceled Captivity, Rafael Rohina Jr. Stablemate 4, Varsity Doll, Joel Cruz. 3 and 4 conditioned by Marissa Manzarati. There's the favorite, the 5, Miss Solveig, Katie Davis. 1 to 4 in the wagering, and 6 is Happy Time, the second choice with Carlos Barbosa. 1 mile and 70 yards, our second race. Made in special weights. A field of 6, 3, and 4-year-old fillies. No changes. It starts the early. Pick 3, post time in a little more than 4 minutes. Second race, the 5, looks like the one to beat. A Bernardini out of an arch mare, so the added real estate probably will only benefit her. She has run 3 races in her career that would get her to the winner's circle in this spot. You have to swallow the short price. Miss Solveig currently at 1 to 4. If you're going to try to beat her, maybe the 6 Happy Time makes a lot of sense. She is gradually improving. Started her career with the blinkers on, 3 consecutive races to start her career. That maiden 12-5 race at Laurel going 7 furlongs is one of her better efforts, where she closed very strongly in the final quarter of a mile. Recently, her last 2 races has shown remarkable improvement, or not remarkable, but at least gradual improvement. She put the blinkers on for both of those starts, and most recently it was her first time with the 2-turn affair. Happy Time, the second choice on the board, currently at a 4 to 1. After that, wasn't really sure which direction to go. Landed on the 1 Baby Dreams. I like Emmanuel Di Diego taking over. Di Diego's had a big 2023, so anytime he's going to jump to a horse, it's going to catch my attention. 1 Baby Dreams has somewhat underachieved. I thought she started her career on somewhat of a positive note. I was really encouraged by that debut run on the 31st of March. Has not even come close to replicating that affair. A decent 4th place finish in her 3rd career start. 2 back, a decent 4th place finish. Let's see how she goes to the added real estate. Didn't fare too well earlier in the season, but those were against some pretty good ones. That Janis Joplin race especially. Janis Joplin is very, very tough. Let's look at her very first career time. She went 2 turns on the 26th of June. She was somewhat forwardly positioned. Really not in love with her by any means, but once again, Di Diego taking over caught my attention. And how about the 4, Varsity Doll? Perhaps we're underestimating her just a little bit. She's currently 12 to 1. She does have a right to improve. Showed some speed in her career debut going 5.5 furlongs. I know the flow was pretty soft, but at least she was forwardly positioned. In her most recent race on the 7th of August, she had the lead to the top of the lane, and the winner, Shoot There It Is, was a distant second to Janis Joplin earlier in the season. I think the 4, especially with her inexperience and the fact she's making her 2nd consecutive start around 2 turns, this is her 3rd career start. She can only go forward, I would have to think, and she does have a couple of nice maintenance moves since her last start. This one could be a little intriguing at a price, trying to make somewhat of a number here in race 2. 5, 6, 1, 4 for me. Second race starting the early. Pick 3. 1 minute, less than 1 minute until post time. It's post time for the second race. Big favorite, the 5 Miss Zolvig at 1-9. 6 Happy Time, clear cut second selection at 5-1. Other 4 double digits. 6, 3, and 4-year-old fillies made in special weight. Second race commencing the early pick 3. There's Baby Dreams to post position 1. Go Susan Go will follow. Then the stablemates, Canceled Captivity and Varsity Doll. The favorite, Miss Zolvig, and Happy Time, the last of 6. Happy Time, the last one to load. Varsity Doll's a little pumped up. There's Happy Time. Ready for the fillies, ready for the start of the early pick 3. And there they go. Canceled Captivity wins the start. Varsity Doll, her stablemate from the outside. Baby Dreams forwardly positioned. Go Susan Go, not that quickly away, rushing up into the scene. Miss Zolvig bides her time from the 5th spot, and Happy Time content to be at the back. Go Susan Go wants to pick up the pace. Canceled Captivity doesn't want to relinquish the lead. They get acquainted. Baby Dream sits a nice trip from 3rd. So too does the favorite, Miss Zolvig. She's worked into the 2 path, and she's 3 lengths off the lead. Happy Time 3 wide. Varsity Doll now finds herself with the deepest path, 4 deep, entering the back stretches. Go Susan Go comes away with the lead from Canceled Captivity. Miss Zolvig's into the race at the 5/8. Likewise for Varsity Doll and Happy Time. And Baby Dreams content to be at the back. Pretty compact group, about 3 lengths from first to last. Go Susan Go. Miss Zolvig, the favorite, now asserting her authority, poking her head in front. Happy Time tries to go with the favorite. Varsity Doll's 4 deep. Baby Dreams in the 5th spot. Canceled Captivity at the back marker. They race to the 3/8. Miss Zolvig has the lead, and it's a narrow lead. Go Susan Go staying on nicely. In 3rd is Happy Time. Baby Dreams advances into 4th, then Canceled Captivity. Varsity Doll drops out of it. Miss Zolvig has the lead. Happy Time 2nd, then Go Susan Go and Baby Dreams. Miss Zolvig and Katie Davis, they're the ones to beat at the top of the lane, getting away from her rivals. Happy Time is 2nd, then Baby Dreams. Go Susan Go, Canceled Captivity. Miss Zolvig opens up at the 8th pole. Opening up with ease. She's going to run her rivals right off the screen here in race 2. Happy Time 2nd, Baby Dreams 3rd, Canceled Captivity 4th. That's really what you need to know about race 2. About that performance, 5 Miss Zolvig toys with this inferior group, a much the best winner under Katie Davis. 6 Happy Time was a 2nd, 3rd place to the 1 Baby Dreams. And 4th place 3 Canceled Captivity. 5, 6, 1, 3 unofficially in race 2. Entering the winner's circle is the 5, Miss Zolvig, a 4-year-old dark bear brown filly by Bernardini out of the dam Theory of Change. Owned by Lindy Farms, Ice Wine Stable, and Great Horse Racing. Winning a trainer is Philip Antonacci, and the winning jockey is the other girl, Katie Davis. Miss Zolvig was bred in Kentucky by Edinburgh Farm, along with Godolphin. Second race is official. 5-6-1-3. The double 6-5, $6.80. A 5-6 exacta, $4.40. The trifecta 5-6-1, $3. 10-cent super 5-6-1-3, $2.27. Third race, scratch 2, Miss Haley. 2 Miss Haley scratch from the third. It will start our Tuesday pick 6. $1 minimum wager, $8,100 plus 3-day carryover. Some other changes. Seventh race, scratch the 1, Win Giant. And in the nightcap, scratch 4, Juggler. 21 minutes until the Tuesday pick 6. 2:14 is the scheduled post time.
All right, getting ready for race number 3, and yeah, that race was over when they entered the horses, and Miss Solvig was much the best winner. She's supposed to win like that out of the races she came in, but it was a good-looking performance. She was much the best against our maidens. Katie Davis, she's had a nice visit here this week. She had a win yesterday, get another win there for Philip Antonacci, and that'll start off another pick 3 with a 1-9 shot. Well deserved every bit of the 1-9. Third race, scratch the 2, Ms. Haley. And the current favorite is the 5, Miss Stones. Figures to be the speed in here. Just a matter of can she hold on a little better. She had to press a 45 last time. It was a better field with Road to Royalty and Tequila. And it was still a good effort, first trip over the track. A little break since that race, but it is a little bit easier field today. She's at odds of 3-4. The 6 is Who Asked You. This one has some room to improve. She's by Wilgear Road, and this one didn't beat much in her first start, but she did it drawing away, and she did look good in that victory. So, and you would expect her to improve a little bit in her second career start. So Who Asked You is getting a little bit of play at odds of 9-2. Like I said, the time and the number wasn't great for the first start, but she did what she had to do, and she could be better than what she appears in that maiden victory, and there is that room to improve. The 4 is Maddie Surprise getting some play. She's a 2-1. She won easy when she broke her maiden against, maybe not the strongest of fields, but she was able to control the pace was the big thing in that race. Doesn't look like she's going to be able to do so here with Miss Stones in the race, so she'll have to do a little different tactics than that race, and she was overmatched, a little overhead at her Saratoga race in her last start. Horse I used for third is the 3, Devilly. She's more of the late runner in this race, and it seemed like Ray had to stay on her a little bit to get her in the race, going 6 furlongs last time. That 5.5 appears to be a little bit short unless they back up to her, as she doesn't have much for early speed, but she did run well, getting up to be second behind Jackson Avenue. It was lengths back to the rest of the field, so very logical horse to at least be in the top 3. Maybe some pace flow will go her way, and she'll have a chance to win here, but definitely a big threat off the numbers and off of a decent last effort going a little bit longer. So 7 minutes to post for the third. A $1 pick 6 starts here. Scratch the 2, Miss Haley.
Race 3, fillies and mares, sprinting 5.5 furlongs. Our third race is an allowance race. Non-winners of 2 races, 3-year-olds and up. Scratch 2, Miss Haley. First leg of our Tuesday pick 6. 3-day pick 6 carryover, better than $8,100. $1 minimum wager. Post time in about 5 minutes. Let's meet the field, beginning with number 3, Devilly and Kevin Navarro. 4 is Maddie Surprise, the lone mare, Emmanuel Di Diego. Favoritism with 5, Miss Stones, John Davila Jr., even money on the board. 6, Who Asked You, Luis Perez. Skipping the parade, the 1, Stars Delight, Jose Baez. A field of 5, 4 fillies, 1 mare, our Tuesday pick 6 in a little more than 4 minutes. Well, I've been a little chalky this afternoon with my selections. I'm going to continue with that trend. 5, Miss Stones, the one to beat in my opinion. Odds on the 8th of August. She had to go fast early, and she had some company, and it really took its toll on her in the concluding stages. The race fell apart, and here's Tequila and Road to Royalty, really making up a lot of ground on Miss Stones. I don't think she's going to get as much pace pressure this afternoon. I mean, Stars Delight can show pace from the rail, but she does not have the same early zip that Miss Stones has shown throughout her 4-race career. I mean, Miss Stones went 22 seconds last time, a length off. 2 races ago at Belmont Park, she's out there on a 22-1. In her career debut, a 22-3. Miss Stones, with an advantageous outside post, can make her own trip. If Stars Delight just wants to gun so aggressively from the inside, Miss Stones can sit right there to her outside. Probably going to just take it right to the field and go gate to wire. I'll make her my top pick, even money. 6, We Asked You, looked good winning her debut in the middle of August. A 4-year-old filly, conditioned by Michael S. Ferraro. Talk about a horse with solid Finger Lakes blood. Wilgare Road did all of his damage here. Likewise for the Damn Sky Ballet. If there was ever a horse bred top and bottom to be a sprinter here at Finger Lakes, it is Who Asked You. And she lived up to the billing in the middle of August. Nice spacing for her second career start. And she is a logical second choice on the board at 5-2. The 1, Stars Delight's not getting a lot of love. I was impressed with her debut run on the 31st of July. And I don't think her 22nd of August affair was that bad. She had to deal with pace pressure and got a little discouraged in the concluding stages. You know, maybe she sets a trip along the inside just chasing Miss Stones throughout, and they could run 1-2 under the wire. Like I said, I did like her maiden special weight victory in her career debut run. I'm willing to give her a little bit of a look for a minor placing. Then the 4 and the 3, Maddie Surprise. I liked her maiden victory on the 18th of July. Not sure about the placing going in for $16,000 at Saratoga. Would have much rather seen her stay locally and compete in an allowance N2L race. Well, that's where she's at today, so I like the placing. And then you get Devilly, who I didn't mention in my top 4, but it's only a field of 5, so we might as well talk about her. She's made a lot of money, and she does her best running in the concluding stages. Perhaps she's one that could come running on for a minor placing as well. Miss Stones looks like the one to beat here in the 3rd. This race starts our pick 6. Let's see where we stand. We've got about $3,100 in new money. We had a 3-day carryover, better than $8,100. Still time to get those pick 6 tickets in on this Tuesday card. And don't forget, fans, coming up next in the 4th race is our pick 5, and we got that big carryover, better than $22,000. The pick 5 starting in the 4th. Got to get through the pick 6 first here in race 3. It's post time for the third race. Fillies and Mares just getting to the starting gate. Still a little bit of wagering time available. Stars Delight is at the gate. The others are just getting there. And the big favorite, as expected, the 5 Miss Stones at 1-2. Miss Stones currently 3-5. Who Asked You is 3-1. Then we get the 3 Devilly at 5-1. Money starting to come in our pick 6. Just shy of $7,500 new money for this 3-day pick 6 carryover. So a nice pool developing. Short priced favorite Miss Stones to deal with. We're having a little bit of issues with Miss Stones. She doesn't seem to want to get close to the starting gate. And this is causing just a little bit of a delay. All right, jockey John Davila Jr. has dismounted Miss Stones, one of our assistant starters. Actually, a couple of the assistant starters trying to lure her towards the starting gate. Our big favorite at 3-5 with some pre-race theatrics. And we've got her all the way up towards the starting gate. There she goes, acting up. Continually rearing up Miss Stones. Looks like she's situated. John Davila Jr. ready to remount. Stars Delight said, hey, if it works for Miss Stones, I'll follow in her footsteps. She's acting up just a little bit. Jockey Jose Baez out of the saddle. 3-5 Miss Stones, 2-1 Who Asked You. All right, Stars Delight is into post position 1. Devilly moving forward, the lone mare Maddie Surprise, and then Who Asked You, undefeated in her lone appearance. She's the solid second choice at 2-1. Miss Stone's drifting up just a little bit, 4-5. Who Asked You at 2-1. All right, the mare Maddie Surprise, and then Who Asked You will be the last of the quintet. Just shy of $8,500 of new money in our pick 6. Just about ready for the race. And there they go. Quick start for Who Asked You. Here is Miss Stone showing that good speed. Stars Delight makes 3 gunning for the top spot. Devilly's in the 4th position, flanked by Maddie Surprise. So Stars Delight showing aggressive speed from the inside. Miss Stones and Who Asked You. 3 are really gunning hard. Miss Stones looks like she might emerge as the quickest from between gals. Maddie Surprise and Devilly have a little less than 4 to make up heading into the turn. Miss Stones puts her nose in front of Stars Delight, who sticks with her. And in third, Who Asked You? Maddie Surprise from the outside, and Devily's getting some pace to chase along the inside, a little less than 3 lengths off the lead. Miss Stone, Star's Delight, continues to test her. Who Asked You is third. Maddie Surprise with a wide journey. Devily's looking for a crease to cut through, and she begins her move. Miss Stone's at the 3/16, a narrow lead. And chasing her is Devily. Also fighting on Star's Delight, Who Asked You? And Maddie Surprise. Look at this race. Who's going to win it to start the pick 6? Miss Stones and Star's Delight. Miss Stones. She did it the old-fashioned way. She earned it. Star's Delight was second, then Who Asked You? Devily and Maddie Surprise. What a horse race. 1-4 Miss Stones. If you got her singled in the pick 6, you had to have some anxious moments from the 3/16 home. She just could not shake away from Star's Delight. Devily was putting in her run. Who Asked You still had fight. 1 minute 6 and 82 100ths. The final time from the third. Five Miss Stones is the unofficial winner. Second place to the 1 Star's Delight. Valiant Effort in defeat. Third place 6 Who Asked You? Fourth place 3 Devily. Miss Stones is in the winner's circle. A 3-year-old dark bear brown filly by Bustin' Stones out of the dam Pamification. Owned by Roddy Valente, Darlene Belinsky, and Richard Alfred. Winning trainer Paul Barrow. Winning jockey, the Finger Lakes Hall of Famer, John Davila Jr. And the winner was bred in New York by Jerry Belinsky, Roddy Valente, and others. Race 3 is official. 5163, top 4 finishers. That a double 5-5, $2.90. Pretty chalky there. A 5-1 exact at $12.40. 5-1-6 trifecta, $11.20. 5-1-6-3, 10-cent super, $3.45. Fourth race will start our pick 5, the 4 Flutie Flakes, 1 pound over the weight. Nice one-day carryover into the pick 5, $22,201. Going to be a big pool here in our Tuesday pick 5. 21 minutes away at 2:46. All right, here's our pick 6 pool. It was $15,613, so a nice $8,100 carryover. Gets a lot of new money generated into today's pool. A little bit shy of $16,000 of new money. Now we've got the pick 5 coming up. Let's go over some changes to think about. 7th race, scratch the 1 Win Giant, and then we get to the nightcap, scratch 4 Juggler. Online fans, take advantage of some free programs with past performances, lucky lake selections, all sorts of great statistics with our trainers and jockeys. FingerLakesGaming.com. Click on the racing tab and scroll on down to free digital program. Still lots of time to get that Tuesday Pick 5 assembled.
11 minutes to post for race number 4. And yeah, that horse was a big favorite, but give John Davila Jr. a lot of credit for winning on Miss Stones. The horse was really acting up before the race, and then Miss Stones was able to outduel Stars Delight, and John Davila keeping that one together to get the victory for trainer Paul Barrow to start off the pick 6 at a short price. Fourth race, a maiden event. This for fillies and mares, going a distance of 6 furlongs. Pretty competitive race here to start off the pick 5. Remember, there's over a $22,000 carryover in the pick 5 pool just to get you started. And you got Mommy Joe Dreams as the early favorite, even money. She actually stepped up in class to this level last time after running against the 11-9 maidens and hitting the board in both those races, but ran a good effort despite coming up to get special weights. That was 11-horse field, and she was right with the pace the whole way from her 8 post and still landed that second place position. She could follow that up. She got a chance here going 6 furlongs. You got to figure she should be close up throughout. There's the speed comes from the 7, Wit lasting speed from the outside, and she can lay close, if not close up with that horse early, and she should be able to get a trip in here and be one of the main threats in here. 4 to 5, a little short for this horse, but she's a big threat in race number 4. The 2 is My Inner Voice. She doesn't have as much early speed, and there isn't a lot of speed in here, as mentioned. With lasting speed, the speed on the outside, and it's not like they're going to go ridiculously quick up front. She really didn't have much excuse last time, but at least Stars Delight made her look a little bit better, and that was a good maiden race that she comes out of. She broke okay. I mean, it's a slow start and was a little slow at the start, but she didn't really have an excuse. She just doesn't have a lot of early speed, at least didn't show much speed in that race. And they did go 47 to the half. At least she held on to be third, trying to make a move up the inside. So My Inner Voice, she's got to have them come back a little bit to her. But off of the top 3 finishes, the last 2 starts in the condition, it's got to be considered in here. And she's a little bit of a price early at odds of 10 to 1. The 4-horse Flutie Flakes, an interesting one, is she turns back in distance after an off-the-turf mile race last time in Saratoga. That race was pretty tough. And, her half, Flute Song, ran yesterday. First out as a 2-year-old, ran third behind a good-looking winner. Yeah, she hasn't run a bad race. Her first start as a 2-year-old was finishing 4th, and then she was overmatched her next couple starts. So turning back in distance against a little bit easier here, and she may show a little bit more speed against these rivals, but a real tricky read because it's tough to gauge where she is because she's been overmatched the last couple times against a little bit tougher. Flutie Flakes at odds of 5 to 1. Then there's the 1, Glory Bound Clara. She's run 2 good races. She started her career at the reduced level, 11 to 9. Didn't run badly at all, running a 3rd in that race, and then followed up, stepped up, and finishing behind Mommy Joe Dreams in that 5.5 furlong race. Did look like she didn't really make up that much ground, but she held on to be 4th, and she's got some room to improve, making her 3rd career start and drawing the rail. So she's not out of it either, and definitely a threat to at least get into the try and super. Maybe could get a trip from that rail position. Exacta Try Super Daily Double and Pick 5 starts in race number 4. Got over $22,000 in the carryover pool for this Pick 5. Good luck.
Fillies and mares coming onto the track for race 4, a 6-furlong affair. 3-year-olds and up, made in a special weights. Number 4, Flutie Flakes, will carry 1 pound over the weight. This is the first leg of our Tuesday Pick 5, a good-looking pool developing. $22,000 plus carryover, already about $22,000 or $23,000 new money in our Tuesday Pick 5, getting underway in a little more than 5 minutes. Here they are, number 1, Glory Bound Clara, Jackie Davis. 2 is My Inner Voice, John Davila Jr. is looking for back-to-back winners. 3, Mommy Joe Dreams, Kevin Navarro, the current favorite at 9-5. 4 is Flutie Flakes, Emmanuel Di Diego. On to the 5, Sassy Tallahassee, Jeremias Flores looking for 2 on the Tuesday card. 6 is Skip the Parade. Here's the lone mare, number 7, with lasting speed, Rafael Rojina Jr. And skipping the parade, the lone debutante, number 6, Special Pal with Jose Rojina, 1 of 2 for Chris Engelhardt, stablemate to the 2, My Inner Voice. 6 fillies, 1 mare, a field of 7, our Tuesday Pick 5 in about 4 minutes. Pick 5 time on the Tuesday card. There you see it, fans on television monitors. Better than $27,000 of new money. It's jumping up. $28K, $22,000 carryover. A big pool developing here for our Tuesday Pick 5. I'll tell you what, this 4th race is not the easiest of handicapping assignments. Lukewarm favoritism with the 3, Mommy Joe Dreams. 2-1. There are a couple of 3-1 shots on the board. 3, 2, 4, 1. These are my top 4. I'd probably use all of them in the Pick 5, and I'm not even sure if I've got enough covered. Because where's the pace coming from here in the 4th? Obviously with the outside gal, the lone mare with lasting speed. You know, she's getting Lasix today. Rafael Rojina Jr.'s had a big season. Man, it would not surprise me if this 7 got a little brave with the top spot. I don't ever mention in the top 4, but boy, she scares me just a little bit. 3, Mommy Joe Dreams, hoping she's going to get the trip. And being the trip, sitting in the 2nd spot, getting first over, getting first run on her rivals, kicking clear. I liked her last few races. She's progressing nicely. I like the fact that John Buckley got her out of the $11,000 maiden ranks and stepped her back up to maiden special weights. A vote of confidence on the 29th of August, and she responded nicely with a very game 2nd place finish. She had been away for a little more than a month, now comes back relatively quick. That's okay when you get a little bit of time off. It's not like they're doing it all the time with Mommy Joe Dreams. I'm going to make her my top pick, 9-5. The 2, My Inner Voice, makes a lot of sense. Here's the deal with Mommy Joe Dreams and with Lasting Speed and Glory Bound Clara. They all come out of the same affair on the 29th of August. Sometimes when I see multiple horses coming back out of the same affair, I want a fresh face, and that's the 2, My Inner Voice. That's the 4, Flutie Flakes. They are the fresh faces here. You know, Sassy Tallahassee was also in that same spot. So 2 and 4, the fresh faces. 2 is making her 3rd start here at Finger Lakes. A good 2nd to Maddie Surprise. There's Stars Delight, who really tested Miss Stones in race 3. So even though she's defeated 7, the fact that Stars Delight ran as well as she did in our previous 3rd race, I think that's pretty good for My Inner Voice. I've got her as the 2nd pick. 4, Flutie Flakes. I really respect the connections. Obviously, Jeremiah Engelhardt and Emmanuel Di Diego. Hasn't really done much running, though. You look at her on paper last year when she debuted in August, a distant 4th in a field of 8. Comes back on the 24th of March, a distant 4th in a field of 10. Then on the 19th of August at Saratoga, a distant 5th in a field of 8. Now she's back here at Finger Lakes. Not sure what to make of Flutie Flakes. Hasn't really shown an abundant amount of early speed. And this race, in my opinion, lacks early pace. 4, Flutie Flakes with the connections. I've made her my 3rd pick. The 1, Glory Bound Clara, is a little interesting. I liked her debut run. Kind of an average effort on the 29th of August. Probably still learning. Has to overcome this inside post. I give her a little bit of a look. 3, 2, 4, 1, I think, in a very, very wide open first leg of our Tuesday Pick 5. Nearly $35,000 of new money in our Tuesday Pick 5. A couple more minutes of wagering time still available. Nearing the gate. It's post time for the Tuesday Pick 5. Nearly $50,000 of new money in our Tuesday Pick 5. Now we're over the $50,000 mark. Good looking pool developing here for our Tuesday Pick 5. And the favorite is the 3, Mommy Joe Dreams at 8-5. Second choice is the 4, Flutie Flakes at 5-2. 6 fillies, 1 mare, the lone mare to the outside. Glory Bound Clara, the first one to load. Here's my inner voice, one of 2 for Chris Englehart. Next will be the favorite, Mommy Joe Dreams. She's 3-2 in the wagering. Flutie Flakes. Long shot, Sassy Tallahassee. The lone debutante, Special Pal. And the lone mare with lasting speed. They are the last 2 to load. 7-5, Mommy Joe Dreams. Here's with lasting speed to the outside. Ready for the Tuesday Pick 5. And there they go. From the inside, Mommy Joe Dreams quickly away with the lone debutante, Special Pal, showing up first with lasting speed, pushes from the outside. My inner voice is 4th, Flutie Flakes up close from the 5th spot. Glory Bound Clara's in the 6th position, 7 off the lead with pace to chase. Sassy Tallahassee's a good 3 behind her. The lone mare with lasting speed up to the front from Mommy Joe Dreams. Special Pal's back to 3rd. Flutie Flakes is in the 4th spot. My inner voice saves ground to the 3/8, and she's 4 lengths off the lead. 3 clear of Glory Bound Clara, another 3.5 for 4 to Sassy Tallahassee with lasting speed. Mommy Joe Dreams comes with her run to the outside, and my inner voice is progressing up the rail. Special Pal still has a little bit of run. Glory Bound Clara tips away from the inside, could be a player in the final quarter of a mile. Mommy Joe Dreams to tackle with lasting speed. Special Pal is there. My inner voice flattens out just a bit. Likewise for Glory Bound Clara. Mommy Joe Dreams, Special Pal. Mommy Joe Dreams gets to the front. Special Pal to the outside. Mommy Joe Dreams with lasting speed. Mommy Joe Dreams living the dream here in the Pick 5 at Finger Lakes. The favorite gets it done. Good effort from Special Pal. Then with lasting speed, Glory Bound Clara and Sassy Tallahassee. $113 and 45/100ths the final time. It was a good race. With lasting speed, the lone mare kept on going as long as she could. Mommy Joe Dreams got the trip envisioned. Good effort from the lone debutante, Special Pal. Broke alertly, settled off the pace, came with another run, Photo's going to determine the winner to start the pick 5. Three is the winner, Mommy Joe Dreams. Second place to the 6, Special Pal. Third place, 7 with Lasting Speed. Fourth place to the 1, Glory Bound Clara. Mommy Joe Dreams, a 3-year-old Bay filly by Freud out of the Damn Just Cat. Owned by Claire Stars Stable, Mitra Box Stable, and Kasha Nostra Stables. John Buckley is the winning trainer, the winning jockey. Hands of Stone, Kevin Navarro. Winner was bred in New York by Davy Bloodstock LLC and Paradise Farms. Ladies and gentlemen, be advised we are official. Prices are pending. Just a little bit of a hiccup before we can post the prices. We do ask for your patience. We do apologize for this inconvenience. Take this time to go over our late pick 4 sequence, which will start in the 5th race. And we do have those 2 scratches. In the 7th race, the 1 Win Giant, and in the 8th race, scratch the 4 Juggler. Once again, race 5 starting our late pick 4. In the sequence, the 7th race, scratch 1 Win Giant, 8th race, scratch 4 Juggler. 4th race is official. Prices are pending. And once again, don't forget about this Monday with our free Handicappers Challenge, the Handicapping Challenge. It's a $2,500 handicapping challenge, and on track handicapping contest. It is free for all of our Lucky North Club members. Races 1 through 8 here at Finger Lakes. $1,000 to the winner. $600 for second, $400 for third. That's this Monday, September the 18th. Our next $2,500 handicapping challenge, free for all Lucky North Club members. 1:15 first post. And we have prices for the fourth race. Thank you very much for your patience. Officially at 3671 the double, $536.40. 36 exacta $28. 367 trifecta $36.62. 10-cent super 3671 $39.05. Check out that early pick 3 553 $1.72. Chalkity, chalk, chalk, chalk. How about the early pick 4? $5.90. 6 with 5 with 2, 5 with 3. All right, fifth race. It's up next. How about that pick 5? Look at that, fans. $150,000. We're $73 shy of $150. And the pick 5. Holy Toledo, we're off and running with a good one. 5th race, Clear of Change. It's up next in about 16 minutes.
Okay, 10 minutes to post for race number 5. Remember, the pick 5 started in race number 4 with that big carryover. It was the favorite, Mommy Joe Dreams, able to hold on. There were some anxious moments as the first-time starter ran pretty well. He had Glory Bound Claire ran pretty well in there, but that one at 6-5 ran extremely well in race number 4. Well, we look at the 5th and we start the late pick 4. Mile 70 is the distance, a never won 2 condition of 5,000 claimers. And, look at the board. You got the horse off the maiden victory. That's My Business getting some play. You got Colton Goes, who drops in class again to 5,000 after 2 starts at the 11-9 level. He's a 2-1 logical horse. You would expect Colton Goes to be very formidable in here. Broke his maiden off the layoff. He did take advantage of an absolute crawl when he won that day in the maiden special weight race. I mean, that was probably one of the slowest paces of the year when he went 51 and change, 116 and change. Nobody wanted the lead in there. He took advantage. Probably was best anyway. But he could not follow it up against allowance horses. Then he dropped again. And he ran well. I mean, Mount Vernon Boy ran huge off the layoff, just sent to the front end and kept going in a pretty decent time. Last race is interesting as he did get caught wide in there. Didn't have the best of trips. So now at 5,000, you got to think this horse has got to be awfully tough. And right now at odds of 5-2. Mentioned That's My Business. Responded to the drop last time with a good-looking victory. Beat an easier field, obviously. So which That's My Business going to show up here? He has a little break since that last race, but the number was good. He had just gotten beat by the outside horse, Stormandy, who's also a player in here. So That's My Business. Little inconsistent, but maybe he could put 2 in a row here. And keep in mind, he's coming off the maiden victory, but he's also dropping and claiming level as far as dropping to 5,000 in a sense. It's not really a big drop when you're talking about maidens to winners, but it is technically a drop. Face the winners for the first time instead of 11-9, he's at 5,000. Now Stormandy dropped to 5 last time and just didn't fire at all. Found himself a little further back in what wasn't a very fast pace, so he just came out sluggishly and didn't run at all. So question is, can you forgive that effort? He had been running against tougher before that, running better before that. He might won against That's My Business back on July 10th. Wasn't that long ago when he broke his maiden against that rival who's getting bet more than him in this race. So you just got to forgive the last effort if you're backing Stormandy. The 4 Up for Adventure, big price on the board right now at 12-1, but that's just probably people have lost faith as far as the win. And he's still going to be used in exacta, tries, and super because that's where Up for Adventure finishes. But even 12-1 seems high, though, for a horse that always fires. One of these days he's going to get the right kind of trip to break through and get the victory, maybe today. But he always puts in a run and would expect him to put in a run again today. Can't leave this horse out. And again, you probably won't get that high odds, but he's not going to be one of the favorites either. Exacta, try, super, daily double, and pick 4 starts in the 5th. You got 6 minutes to post.
And bugler Stephanie Valenti has the horses coming onto the track for the 5th race. 1 mile and 70 yards. 3-year-olds and up. Now winners of 2 races. $5,000 claimers. Here they are. Number 1, Lorenzen. Jeremias Flores looking for a riding double. 2 is So There, Emmanuel Di Diego. Next will be the 3, Hangout, Rafael Rohina Jr. 4 is Up for Adventure. John Davila Jr. is looking for another winner on the Tuesday card. 5 and 6 are vying for the top spot in the wagering. Colton Goes, Luis Perez. 6, That's My Business, Heeman Harkey. They are both a 2-1 on the board. And 7 is Stormandy, Christian Navarro, 1 of 2 for Chris Progno, stablemate to the 2 So There. So 2 and 7 under the trading tutelage of Mr. Progno. Our 5th race at 1 mile and 70 yards, 3-year-olds and up. Now winners of 2 races, $5,000 claimers. It's the first leg of our late pick 4. It's clear of change. And post time in a little more than 4 minutes. M. Anthony Ferraro's having a heck of a 2023. He's trying to stay as close as he can for as long as he can to Chris Engelhardt. He's doing a heck of a job, Junior is, and he's got Colton Goes aggressively spotted here in this 5th race. Here's a horse who graduated against maiden special weights to start out his 3-year-old campaign. Kind of threw in a clunker in that allowance N2L. Ran a decent second to Mount Vernon Boy on the 9th of August. Then an average 5th thereafter. Junior wants to win races, no question about it. He's dropping him in for 5. Colton Goes. Looks like the horse to beat. I'll make him my top pick. He's 8-5. 6, That's My Business. Love the way he looked graduating on the 31st of July. Not sure what was behind him, but hey, when you win by 7.5 lengths, and you control the pace the way he did, serves notice. Here's another trainer who likes to aggressively place his horses. A horse that just won for 7.5 lengths against maiden 11. Had every right to try him back for that 11. Jeff says, nah, that's okay. We're going to drop him to 5. Take a good shot at a money run here. I'll make him my 2nd pick. After that, I looked at the 4, Up for Adventure. Here's a horse who I really thought should relish the added real estate. Upstart out of a dam that was nothing but successful around 2 turns. Much improved effort on the 21st of August. I've been waiting for him to 2-turn his whole career. I got to stick with him with a minor placing. The intriguing horse could be the 2 So There. I have a lot of respect for Monmouth Park Invaders. When they come here to Finger Lakes, they've had a very, very good clip over the years, especially since I arrived back in 08. And here's a horse who had 2-turn success at Delaware in early November last year. Granted, it was against maiden 5s. So he gets the 1 prep under his belt at Monmouth. Now he comes to Finger Lakes. Why not So There if you're looking for a little bit of an upset pick? He's got a stablemate 7 Stormandy, who I was kind of flip-flopping back and forth which Progno trainee to go with the 4th spot. Stormandy looked good graduating, has not looked good in his 2 subsequent starts. Now back in for 5. Not sure what to make of Stormandy. Needs to repeat that maiden special weight victory on the 10th of July to become a player in this spot. 5, Colton Goes. M. Anthony Ferraro. What a 2023 he's had. He's aggressively spotting him in for 5. He's your favorite to start our late pick 4. 1 minute, post time in a minute. It's post time for the 5th race. Favoritism with 5. Colton goes 6-5. 6, That's My Business. Solid second choice, 2-1. After that, some pretty good value on the board if you can get away from the top 2. This is the first leg of our late pick 4. Lorenzen is in. Here's So There, 1 of 2 for Chris Progno, stablemate to the 7, Stormandy. Hangout will be next. Up for Adventure. The favorite, Colton, goes 6-5. That's My Business, 9-5. They're the next 2 to load. And Stormandy, the other Progno trainee, the last of 7. Late pick 4 time. And there they go. Quick start for Hangout. He's all alone with the lead. From the inside, Lorenzen's on hold. Up for Adventure wants to mix it up. To the outside races, That's My Business. Lorenzen works into the 2 path. Now he wants to push. Hangout, Lorenzen, Up for Adventure, 3 wide. That's My Business, stuck out deep, 4 wide. So There's in the 5th spot, saving ground, and he's 6 from Hangout. 3 to Colton goes, more than a length to Stormandy. Hangout's going pretty good for the level. He opens up from Lorenzen, who secures a nice trip. There comes So There, going to try to make a move into 3rd. That's My Business, has that spot. Up for Adventures, back to 5th. Colton goes, bides his time. He's in no hurry, flanked by Stormandy. Hangout, pretty ambitious, has the lead, better than 2.5. Lorenzen stays close, 48 3/5. So There's into 3rd, and That's My Business, has the 4th spot. Here comes Colton goes, now finding his best ride. And look at Colton goes, take off, heading into the turn. He's in the 2 path, and he gets within 4 lengths, and he has all the momentum. Here comes Colton goes, he's into 3rd, and he continues to catch the eye. Colton goes is up to the front. That's My Business, quickens with him. Lorenzen 3rd, then Hangout. So There's even paced. Nothing from Up for Adventure and Stormandy. Colton goes. He can't shake clear from That's My Business. Colton goes, and That's My Business. A good race developing at the 8th pole. Colton goes, has sustained this run, and he's getting away from That's My Business. Lorenzen is 3rd, and here is Colton goes, and he drops and pops, and he's a good-looking winner of the 5th. That's My Business was 2nd, then Lorenzen, and the stablemates vie for 4th and 5th. So There and Stormandy. How about that run? You could see Hangout was really going quick through the early stages, and once Colton goes, really picked up his stride around the half-mile marker. It looked like it was his race from there on out. Little brief scare from That's My Business. But Colton goes on this class drop. Wins going away, and he covers the 1 mile and 70 yards in 1 minute 46 and 94 100ths. 6, That's My Business, 2nd. 3rd place, 1, Lorenzen. 4th place, 2, So There. 5, 6, 1, 2, unofficially in the 5th. Colton goes from the back of the pack to the winner's circle. He's a 3-year-old, a big gelding by Brody's Cause out of the damn Fancy Chance. Owned and bred in New York by TLC Thoroughbreds. Excellent 2023 for him. Anthony Ferraro winning jockey, the Diamond Man, Luis Perez. And the fifth is official. 5-6-1-2, the double 3-5, $12, a 5-6 exacta, $11.60. 5-6-1 trifecta, $9.55. 10-cent super 5-6-1-2, $6.72. The pick 3, 5-3-5, $3.55. Race 6 is clear of change. It will start our late pick 3. Post time in about 20 minutes at 3:47.
Horses are getting ready for race number 6, and another logical favorite wins the 5th. Colton Goes was really tough to go against in that spot. Actually, That's My Business gave him a good run. That was short exacta in that race, but Colton Goes finding the 5,000s pretty easy after breaking his main against special weights early this year. Louis Perez for M. Anthony Ferraro. Aggressively placed there. 5,000 Claimer going 6 furlongs. Horse have not won 2 races since that date a year ago. And probably the most competitive race of the day. We've had a bunch of favorites today, and second choice probably in the first race. Well, it was one of the favorites in the first race, and the rest of them have been all favorites. This is a race you probably want to go against whoever the favorite is, because whoever it ends up being, because it is on the numbers very competitive. Nobody really stands out in this 6th race. So it's a race to take. If you're going to take a shot, I thought it was this one, because they've been that type of race. Some of them have been no-brainers today. This is one of those, hey, you got to take a shot. And I did with the 2 Let's Maga. This one at 8-1 morning line right now stays at 8-1, so a fair price on Let's Maga. You got to figure the speed comes from the outside with the 7 Investment Grade. Let's Maga has had speed in the past, enough speed to stay close with that one if that one stops on the front. Unless you like Investment Grade, the 2 looks like she might have a little bit of a tactical edge on some of the other rivals by sitting close up with that one and getting first run on her other rivals, such as Cat Glasses Kathy, who turns out who's more of a closer lately. La Cafeteria is more of a closer lately. Christmas Dinner also has her one run. So, maybe that one run, or maybe just being up close and getting first run. If Investment Grade calls it a day early, maybe Let's Maga could be in a perfect position to have a chance to pull off a big upset here. 8-1 is the price on that one. At least worth the risk at 8-1. The 5 Christmas Dinner is the most logical horse in here off of her last effort. She's a little inconsistent as far as she'll throw in a good one and then you don't see her around. Now, that happened earlier this year where she won for 5. Of course, she did run against starters, a much tougher spot, then went back down to 5,000, but she didn't fire in that race. You would have expected her to run better on a sloppy racetrack than what she did, because she does like an off track. Last time she ran her race and maybe hung a little bit, but she ran her race and just missed. So off of the last effort, she's a strong player. She's at odds of 5-1 right now. A lot of play on the 3 Cat Glasses Kathy. I think a lot of people are playing her off the numbers off of her last 2 races, and they are good. It's like she's a different horse the last 2 races, putting up her career best races. So that's the big question. Is she that much improved from her prior races, or did she like the racetracks the last 2? She had never won on the off track in the past, but she had good numbers as far as overall. Some of her better numbers in the past have been on off track. She just wasn't in good form. Well, that sealed track that she was on July 24th, that was technically an off track. They got to the last race and we got a little bit of a storm there. Last race in the slop, she followed it up. Now, it could be just a case that she's sharp right now, and a lot of Jimmy Wright horses are, so it's tough to leave her out. She's right now at odds of 7-5, getting a lot of play off of the last 2 efforts. The 6 is La Cafeteria. If you're looking for the deep closer, this is the one. The horse is in good form, but again, with her running style, she's always at the mercy of the pace. Gets a little more distance today. She actually ran well, considering it was 5.5 last time. Wasn't far behind Christmas Dinner. So if the complexion turns out that they do work a little bit early, 3/4 is the distance she last won, where she came rolling down the middle of the track. Yeah, maybe, again, look out, Cafeteria could be dangerous in here, as she's been running well under the apprentice rider. Well, some of the horses that are competitors in race number 6, very closely matched field here. Exacta Tri, Super, Daily Double, and Pick 3 starts in race number 6.
Coming onto the track for race 6, sprinting at 6 furlongs, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, now winners of 2 races in the past year, $5,000 claimers. No changes. First leg of our late pick 3, about 4 minutes until the 6th. There's the field 1, Homedale Park. Jackie Davis, M. Anthony Ferraro looking for back-to-back training scores. Number 2 is Let's Maga. She's looking for her 6th career victory. Kevin Navarro looking for a riding double. 3, Cat Glasses. Kathy's the current favorite with Emmanuel Di Diego. 4 is Stabilized, looking for her 10th career score. She has the services of Nazario Alvarado. Christmas Dinner leads the field with victories in search of her 12th trip to the winner's circle. She will be piloted by Christian Navarro. On to the 6th, La Cafetera. She's gunning for 2 out of 3. Carlos Barbosa is in the saddle. And 7 is Investment Grade with Omar Hernandez Moreno. Those are the 7 mares for race 6. It starts our late pick 3, a little more than 3 minutes until post time. Thought I was getting cute. Thought I was going to be a little bit of a wise guy here with Cat Glasses Kathy. Not the case. 5-1 on the morning line, down to 3-2. The last time she was victorious, I made her my top selection. That was back on the 3rd of October. Not trying to pat myself on the back, but it's been pretty slim pickings this season trying to get a double-digit winner. So when I see that in the running lines, I just wanted to remind everybody, once upon a time, I used to know what I was talking about. How about the 3 Cat Glasses Kathy? Could get a nice little stocking trip. You know, as I mentioned earlier in this card, Emmanuel Di Diego's been having a big 2023. And Cat Glasses Kathy, not necessarily a front runner, but kind of a mid-race stalker and can make a move into contention. The last 2 have been improvement from starts 1 and 2 this season. She's happy to see Nodosa Gemimosas. And if you look at her company lines, they're pretty solid. I mean, there's Isle Storm and Sweet Shallots to conclude her 22 campaign. She starts off on a rough note facing Fast Fran. There's Bayou Melody and Unicorn Sally. And then you get the salty veteran Merdosa Gemimosas. This is a much easier assignment for her. And I thought she could get maybe a nice tracking trip. Investment Grade's pretty speedy from the far outside. Let's see if Emmanuel Di Diego can get Cat Glasses Kathy into the race a little earlier than her last couple. If so, she's a player. The fans are jumping on her, 7-5. I do have to admit, I think that price is way too short, but I do like her chances. 5 Christmas Dinner's a nice mare, no question about it. She's made a ton of money. In fact, another couple of victories or a victory and a runner-up effort, probably 2 more victories, and she'll get close to that $200,000 in earnings. Ran big on the 29th of August. We'll see if she can repeat it. It's been a long time since she's been able to replicate one race to the next. Look at the races in the daily racing form. Good 3rd back on the 12th of September last year. Some subpar efforts thereafter. Good-looking victory on the 24th of May. Once again, back-to-back subpar efforts. Been a while since she's been able to replicate that recent race. We'll see how she does today. She's 3-1. 7 Investment Grade I find a little intriguing. I know she has a lot of speed. She's very fast from the far outside. She was formerly under the training tutelage of Luis Gutierrez. Now Cano, Mr. Morales takes over. We've seen Cano win some races in 21 and 22 at some big prices. And here is a mare that is very speedy, and there's not a heck of a lot of pace on paper. All of her races this season, she's had to work hard. She's been in contested races with lots and lots of early speed. I find her somewhat sneaky on that far outside at 19-1. Anytime you can get a horse who has a chance to make the lead by herself and you're getting some value, That's worth attention to me. I'll mention her as my third pick. Then you get the 2, Let's Maga. Good-looking victory back on the 1st of August. Think she's a good fit against this group. Wouldn't surprise me if she runs a good race. And she's another one offering some value at 8-1. We're going to get value on this board. You know, you've got Cat Glasses Kathy, an authoritative 7-5 favorite. If you can get away from her, you're going to get rewarded here in the 6th to start our late pick 3. About a minute until the 6th. Get your wagers in. Nearing the gate. It's post time for the 6. 7 mares arriving at the starting gate. Cat Glasses Kathy 8-5, La Cafeteria 3-1, Christmas Dinners 4-1. The inside 2 gals both 5-1 on the board. Stabilize was the first one into the starting gate. Been there for a couple of minutes. Now working on a stubborn La Cafeteria. Jocks out of the saddle. Carlos Barbosa dismounting for the loading process. That does the trick. La Cafeteria into post position 6. Homedale Park and Anthony Ferraro looking for back-to-back training victories. Let's Maga. The favorite, Cat Glasses Kathy. Christmas Dinner looking for her 12th career score. Investment grade for Maria Geraldo and Cano Morales. They're at the post. And there they go. And there goes investment grade from the far outside, claiming the early lead. Christmas Dinner second with Cat Glasses Kathy, and Let's Maga. Homedale Parks fifth, headed by Stabilize. La Cafeteria, a late runner, is the last of all. Investment grade up to the front. Cat Glasses Kathy means business. Into the race early, and she's sharp. Christmas Dinner third, Stabilize from the outside. Let's Mag is in the 2-path. Homedale Park, tight spot for her along the rail, and she's 4 lengths off the lead, and she's going to have to check out of that spot. At the back marker there is La Cafeteria, so it is investment grade, and Cat Glasses Kathy. They open up nearly 3 lengths. Christmas Dinner. Let's Mag is trying to pick up her best stride. ride from the inside. Here comes Let's Maga making a move into third. Stabilizes fifth. Homedale Park is sixth. At the back races La Cafetera. And here is Cat Glasses Kathy getting the lead at the top of the lane. Investment Grade's got a little fight. Let's Maga tries to quicken in. She's going to have to really go in this final furlong. Here's La Cafetera hitting her best stride along the rail, and she has momentum. Investment Grade keeps on fighting. Here's La Cafetera, the late player along the rail. La Cafetera from last to first. Good effort from Investment Grade in defeat. Then we go to Let's Maga, and checking in fourth was Cat Glasses Kathy. $113 and 84 100ths. Cat Glasses Kathy had every right to kick away from Investment Grade. She could not. Good effort from Investment Grade. Here's La Cafetera from last to first. But she needs this photo to get her into the winner's circle. 113 and 84 100ths the final time. Sixth, La Cafetera first. Second place, 7, Investment Grade. Third place, 2, Let's Maga. Fourth place, 3, Cat Glasses Kathy. Race 6 is official. 6-7-2-3. Entering the winner's circle is the 6th, La Cafetera. Give her 2 out of 3. A 6-year-old bay mare by Zevo out of the dam of Fleet Honey. Owned by Louis Zeriani, winning trainer Ilmar Loaiza, winning jockey Carlos Barbosa. The winner was bred in New York by Stable 63 LLC. Some nice payoffs. The double 5-6, $26.60. Here are the big 3 payers. That exacta 6-7, $121.50. How about the trifecta? 6-7-2, $242.75. Big 10-cent super, 6-7-2-3, $161 and a nickel. All right, on to the 7th race, which will start our late daily double. Scratch 1 Win Giant out of the 7th. 5 Empire Ride, 1 pound over the weight. 8 Leo and Royal, 3 pounds over. The 7th race in about 20 minutes at 4:17.
Okay, horses are in the paddock for race number 7. As mentioned, that was a wide open one. You could tell, depending on who got the trip, La Cafetera sharp right now. And he ended up getting a little bit of a pace stool as Cat Class's Kathy, not the best tactics, was aggressive early to go after investment grade and really set it up for a horse like La Cafetera to come rolling late at 6 furlongs. Carlos Barbosa for trainer Ilmar Loaiza. Ilmar due to get some victories, and that one's sharp, real sharp right now. I think Mailman would have had that horse. 7th race, scratch the 1. Win Giant goes a distance of 1.70 miles. Got some early money on the 5, Empire Ride. You got the 8, Leo and Royal returning after trying a 3-year-old stakes race, the Albany Stakes. That one's in here at 4-1. He's stuck on the outside. You got Doc Advantage, who stretches out. Pretty good feature race, we'll call it, in this 3 lifetime allowance event. I did lean towards Leo and Royal. Was kind of liking this horse earlier in the year. Like the fact that he came off the first race as a 3-year-old. It was almost like it wasn't a race that probably would have expected to win. It was more of a tightener before stretching out, but was still better than those horses and got the win. Then stretched out and looked really good in victory, winning the 2 lifetime. Well, made a big move to the 1 state bred, which skipping the 3 lifetime at that point, and it didn't run bad, but you would have expected better from him, just as sharp as he was. It's just Amadeus Music also came home in a good time and actually got a good number for that race. Well, tried the restricted 3-year-old race. So keep in mind, the Albany Stakes, that is a Lasix-free stakes as well. So, you got to draw a line through the last race anyways. And he had trouble in the race besides. So back at Finger Lakes, back on Lasix, and now in the 3 lifetime, the proper spot for Leo and Royal. You got to figure he's going to be a major player. But right now, a decent price at odds of 7-2, because this is the easiest spot he's been in since winning the 2 lifetime. Mentioned Empire Ride coming off a good number last time, earned a 74 buyer for a 2nd place finish at Saratoga. That's one of his best efforts that he's had in his career, coming off a victory. Well, he's been off since July, but he's coming here to face our 2 lifetimes, and this is a good spot for Empire Rides. Looking at the numbers, he fits nicely. There's a $120,000 2-year-old, well-bred, and if he runs his race, you figure him to be right there. He's getting a lot of early action at odds of 4-5. The other contender could be the 2, Doc Advantage. He stretches out to a route. He did win going long back in 2021, going back to November 11th. You see it right there on your program if you're looking at it. But he's been going primarily short the last few starts, but some of his better efforts are long too. He could do either. He's got good tactical speed to stay close, figures to get a trip in here, and a good chance to be in the top 3 in race number 7. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in this race. Again, we scratched the 1, Win Giant.
Coming onto the track for the 7th race, a nice allowance event. 3-year-olds and up now winners of 3 races. Scratch 1, Win Giant, 1 mile and 70 yards. Here they are. Number 2, Doc Advantage. Jeremiah Flores and Paul Barrow looking for doubles. 3 is Crypto Causeway, Joel Cruz. Next will be the 4, Fraternity, Christian Navarro. 5 is Empire Ride, John Davila Jr. looking for another winner, 1 pound over the weight. He's the big favorite at even money. 6, he's got a short fuse, Michael Davila Jr. 7 is Interstate, Rafael Rojita Jr. 8 is Leo and Royal, Emmanuel Di Diego, 3 pounds over the weight. Leo and Royal is the second choice at 5-2. Field of 7. 7th race starts the late double, a little more than 4 minutes until post time. Nice allowance race here to start our late daily double. 5's even money. Leo and Royal, the 8's at 5-2. And then you get my top pick, the 2, Doc Advantage, who's offering us some value at 5-1. Obviously, you got to beat the 5 and the 8 on paper. Doc Advantage has run some good races. Got to give that first start of the season a big-time look. That's a good second-place finish to Warralo. Warralo has come back and turned the tables on Trelad in a state bred. Warralo is entered next week in a salty second state bred condition. How about recently, Doc Advantage on the 9th of August ran into Starburst and Banyan Brace, couple of real big-time players. That horse, Starburst, that's a pretty nice horse, fans. Michael Stidham, I believe, was the trainer. Doesn't get to the races that often, Starburst, but when he does, he runs big races. So that's a very good third. Better than looks third behind Banyan Breeze and Starburst. Now he's going to stretch out, and Doc Advantage has had some past success around 2 turns. One of his 2 lifetime victories is at this distance. Coming out of these 2 sprint races, 3rd start off the shelf. Why not Doc Advantage trying to spring a little bit of an upset? He is a 5-year-old in against a couple of 3-year-olds. I'll take my chances. Doc Advantage, my top pick. I know he's up against it just a bit, facing off with the 8 and the 5. Tell you what about the 8. Leo and Royal, I loved both his victories this season, the maiden special weight race and then the allowance N2L. 1st of August, Dylan Davis rode him that day, and Dylan had never been aboard Leo and Royal and had him a little further back than probably needed to be. Ran a good second, no match for the winner, but it's a better than look effort. When you get beat 11 lengths, it's really not that impressive, but I'll tell you what, Leo and Royal had a good stride late. Maya does a great job with all of his horses, spotting them correctly. He thought so much of that distant runner-up effort that he said, I'm going to take my chances in the Albany. That is a salty spot. That tells you Jeremiah really liked Leo and Royal. He likes him here today. 2-1, a logical contender. Probably the horse to beat. 5, Empire Ride's getting all the love on the board. He's 6-5. Leo and Royal's getting a little closer. Let's see how Empire Ride does with this 2-turn affair. Those races that he's been running are 1-turn races. Now, the race at Monmouth, I believe that is a 2-turn configuration when going 1 mile at Monmouth. That's a distant 6th place finish. Both of the races at Belmont and Saratoga are 1-turn affairs. For a short price, going the 2 turns, I'm going to take my chances with the other 2. 285 for me here in the 7th, starting our late daily double. Less than 1 minute until post time. It's post time for the 7th race. Empire Ride 6-5. Leo and Royal 8-5. Dock Advantage, a 4-1 Dock Advantage. The first of 7 into the gate, joined by Crypto Causeway. Here is Fraternity, the Camarero Invader. Next will be the favorite Empire Ride. He's got a short fuse. Couple to load, Interstate, and Leo and Royal. Empire Ride is even money. Leo and Royal's 8-5. Ready for action. And there they go. Quick start, Fraternity. He's got a short fuse, is up close. Leo and Royals into the race much earlier. Dock Advantage under a snug hold from 4th. What a Crypto Causeway, Interstate, and Empire Rides the last of all, and the Camarero Invaders the first of all. His name is Fraternity. Dock Advantage wants to go. He's got a short fuse, is up close. Leo and Royal with a clear path to the leader line. He is 3 deep. Crypto Causeway's a little less than 3.5 off the lead. Interstate 4 lengths from the front. Empire Ride little less than 6 lengths from the leader, who is Fraternity. Fraternity and Christian Navarro to the 5/8, 25-1. He's got a short fuse, is right there. Dock Advantage is 3rd, and he's up close from the rail. And Leo and Royals amongst the leading pack. He's in the clear, 4 deep, a length off. Break of about 3 lengths, maybe 2.5 or so to Crypto Causeway, length and a half. Interstate. Empire Rides at the back. Dock Advantage puts his head in front, heading into the turn. Dock Advantage gets to save ground. Leo and Royal gets to cover the most ground, and splitting them, he's got a short fuse. Fraternity's back to 4th, then Crypto Causeway. Empire Ride is 6 lengths off the lead, and Interstate's at the back. Dock Advantage and Leo and Royal. Leo and Royal confronting Dock Advantage. Leo and Royal's up to the front. Dock Advantage still fighting on, then he's got a short fuse. Empire Ride and Crypto Causeway. Leo and Royal's the leader at the 3/16. Dock Advantage is trying to fight. Leo and Royal's going a little better. Dock Advantage still with some fight from the inside. Leo and Royal at the 16th. Dock Advantage is running a good one. Leo and Royal looks a little better. Leo and Royal in front. From a game, Dock Advantage and Crypto Causeway. Empire Ride 4. Nice horse race. Leo and Royal's a nice 3-year-old. Dock Advantage is a pretty good 5-year-old. They gave us a good one in the 7th. 144 and 67/100ths the final time. If Jeremiah Engelhardt thought enough to enter Leo and Royal in the Albany, you knew he was going to be pretty live in this allowance N3L here at Finger Lakes. He's the unofficial winner. 2 Dock Advantage ran a big race in defeat. 3rd place 3 Crypto Causeway. 4th place 5 Empire Ride. Please hold all tickets. Leo and Royals making his way into the winner's circle. He is a 3-year-old chestnut ridgeling by Alpha out of the former Finger Lakes Horse of the Year, Clean Gene. Owned by Neil Allred and Dan Langley. Bred in New York by Dan and Neil. Winning trainer is Maya Engelhardt. Winning jockey, the barber, Emmanuel Di Diego. And the 7th is official. 8235. Top 4 finishers. The 6-8 double, $47. An 8-2 exact, $9.30. 823 trifecta, $8.05. 10-cent super, 8235, $3.70. Let's go on to the 8th race scratch for a juggler. Scratch from the nightcap. 8 Uncle Milty, 4 pounds over. Post time is in 21 minutes at 4:47.
We're getting ready to conclude this race card with race number 8. Leo and Royal looking pretty good despite the wide trip. Was able to get by Doc Advantage. Back to the 3 lifetime was the key after running in the 1 state bred and then the Albany. Now back to his winning ways. That's the Barber Manuel Di Diego for trainer Jeremiah Engelhart. We go to the last. It's a never 1-2 condition. Goes the distance of 6 furlongs. Current favorite is the speed of the race. The 6 BC Glory Days does turn back in distance after trying a route. A little bit disappointing in his last race as he was the main speed, and it isn't like he hasn't gone long before. He has had some success in a route, but he faded in there, and you could make a case that it was a little bit tougher field against the same 3 lifetimes, but going long. Today it seems like as long as he's got enough speed to get to the front, he's going to have a tactical edge, and he might prove tough to catch in here. He's at odds of 2-1. Seems like the other speed might be outside of him with Smart Storm, who doesn't really do the same kind of fractions anymore the BC Glory Days has done, but could be the one to apply the pressure. The 2 horse is Kobe's Legacy. He's making his 3rd start off the layoff. His last race, he ran into a pretty good one. It was a drop down in Schiffauer Strong, and that one was a runaway winner. So finishing 4th, he's not far behind Crunch BB, the 2nd place horse. Crunch BB would probably be favored against this field. So Kobe's Legacy getting closer. You got to think 3rd start off the layoff, he'll run a good one here. And his 1st start off the layoff may have needed, and it was on a sloppy racetrack. He's at odds of 3-1. The 5 horse is MCRR, coming off a good number last time. The race did fall apart. Even though they went 47 to the half, it was the closers that ran 1, 2, 3. Moonhunter, a deeper closer, won the race. He had good numbers, though. But MCRR, at least he bounced back with a good effort after running in the slop against Cody's Express, who got loose in there. So maybe you could forgive that effort. So the horses run 2 pretty good races in a row, and you would think that he might be able to be in the mix against these definite threat. And this one at odds of 8-1, actually a pretty good price. Once you get past the 6 and the 2, it's pretty wide open after that. I mean, Uncle Milty's getting some play. That horse got a really nice trip under the apprentice rider last time to beat a much easier maiden field. But maybe a confidence builder for Uncle Milty, who's been a little disappointing, taking a lot of money at the windows, but maybe still trying to figure it out. At least now you know what distance that could be good for him. He's just going from inside to outside. It might not be the easiest of trips for a horse that looks like he's going to be one of the favorites. That's some of the horses getting some play for the last race on the card. Exacta Tri and Superfecta offered in race number 8.
One more race to go on the Tuesday card. A field of 8-7 wagering interest. The nightcap is a 6-furlong affair. 3-year-olds and up. Now winners of 2 races, $5,000 claimers. Scratch number 4, Juggler. 8, Uncle Milty will carry 4 pounds over the weight. Post time in about 4 minutes. There's the field. 1 Magic Pro, Christian Navarro. Kevin Navarro's aboard the 1A Riley B. Kevin's looking for a riding double, 9-1 for the Arcadio and Angel Lopez duo. 2 is Kobe's Legacy. John Davila Jr. looking for another winner. So too is Luis Perez, jockey aboard 3, Thundering March. John Buckley's looking for his second training score on the card. Scratch 4, Juggler. Onto the 5, MCRR, Joel Cruz. Favoritism with 6, BC Glory Days, Nazario Alvarado, 6-5 in the wagering. 7 is Smart Storm, Heeman Harkey. 8 is Uncle Milty looking for 2 in a row. Juan Diaz, 4 pounds over. 8 runners, 7 wagering interest. The nightcap in about 3 minutes. One more race to go on the Tuesday card. We will do it all over again tomorrow with a 1:15 first post. Tough to get away from the 6 BC Glory Days in this spot, especially with the scratch of a Juggler. Maybe Juggler could have made this a kind of an interesting nightcap. Now it looks like the 6 BC Glory Days has much in his favor. I know that's a bold statement when you look at a horse who was 1 for 34 in his career, but he has 7 seconds, 6 thirds, banked some good money, especially stacking up against this group. He's made $142,000. Where's the next biggest earner? Is it Smart Storm? Nope, it's MCRR with 45. So he's made nearly $100,000 more than his next closest earner. He's got good speed. He is coming out of route races. How much will that dull his sprint speed? I don't think it's going to really matter. He's been in against N3Ls the last couple of races. Now winners of 2 lifetime. BC Glory Days, the Captain Obvious on paper. Who can beat him? Who can beat him? How about Uncle Milty? Why not Uncle Milty? You know, Uncle Milty once upon a time ran some seconds and thirds against maiden special weights. He had to go all the way to the bottom on the 30th of August to get that maiden breakthrough victory. Maybe that gives him some confidence. Here he is in his first test against winners, and he could be sitting a good trip. Here's BC Glory Days freewheeling on the front end, and here's Uncle Milty in a nice spot. He's probably the horse that poses the biggest threat to BC Glory Days on paper. Maybe one could say the 2, Kobe's Legacy, is one to think about. Had some nice races last year against a maiden 11s when he ran second to Devil or Angel. Devil or Angel's a nice horse, so that's a good effort. It's a good race thereafter, graduating against 11s. The sad part is, since he's been in against winners, he hasn't come nowhere close to either of those 2 races. 56 and 61 buyers respectively. Been nothing but a gradual decline since. Not a bad 4th against Cugini thereafter, but his 2 races this season have been nothing to brag about. And here he is at 7-2. I'll take my chances with Uncle Milty over him. What about the 3, Thundering March? You know, last year he blew it up at 52-1. Sometimes I like looking at these horses who have won races at huge odds. 52-1 when he graduated, 31-1 when he runs second thereafter. I've picked him a couple of times this season. I don't really have much more to say than that. 6-8-2-3 here in the nightcap. BC Glory Days, the one to come and catch. The horses are making their way towards the starting gate for the Tuesday night cap. It's post time for the Tuesday nightcap. The horses are just arriving at the starting gate. BC Glory Days 7-5, Uncle Milty 5-2, Kobe's Legacy 5-1. Field of 8 with 7 wagering interests. Big shout out to our pick 5 players this afternoon. Just about $150,000 of new money in this pick 5 this afternoon. Job well done. Little shout out to the pick 6 players. Nearly $16,000 in that pool. Unfortunately, no carryover possibilities. And I don't mean to offend anybody who's alive for a nice score here, but it's always nice when we can generate some carryovers. Big favorite BC Glory Days here in the nightcap. Here's MCRR. Here's the favorite BC Glory Days. BC Glory Days loading. 3 to load. Smart Storm, Uncle Milty, and Riley B. Riley B, the last of 8 to the outside. Ready to close the Tuesday card. And there they go. BC Glory Days not near the lead. Uncle Milty and Smart Storm begin the best. Here comes BC Glory Days. He's into third, and he's closing in for that top spot along the inside. Magic Pro races outside of Thundering March. Kobe's Legacy's inside of Riley B. MCRR is the last of 8. BC Glory Days back in against N2Ls, back in a one-turn sprint. He's the leader from Smart Storm. Uncle Milty's in a good spot in the clear from third, 2 to find heading into the turn. Magic Pro a little more than 3 off the lead. From his outside is Kobe's Legacy. Thundering March is third last, far outside. Riley B, MCRR splits them. They race to the quarter pole. BC Glory Days right there with him. Smart Storm. Uncle Milty's hitting his best stride from the outside. BC Glory Days has the lead, turning for home, trying to shake clear from Smart Storm. Uncle Milty's third, trying to make a move into second, and with a Kobe's Legacy. They are under the 8th pole. BC Glory Days the one to come and catch. Uncle Milty fights for second. Thundering March is picking up his best stride to the extreme outside. BC Glory Days. Uncle Milty's closing in. BC Glory Days. Uncle Milty to the outside. Uncle Milty from BC Glory Days, third and fourth tight. Thundering March or Kobe's Legacy. Good race in the nightcap. Uncle Milty and BC Glory Days, 113 and 68/100ths the final time. Eight's the winner, Uncle Milty. Second place to the 6, BC Glory Days. Third place, 3, Thundering March at a big price. Fourth place, 2, Kobe's Legacy. Two in a row, Uncle Milty. 3-year-old Dark Bear Brown Gelding by Bellamy Road out of the dam. 7 Deadly Sins, owned and bred in New York by Louis Ferrari. Winning trainer Michael S. Ferraro. Winning jockey Juan Diaz. And the nightcap is official. 8-8 late daily double $31. 8-6 exacta from the nightcap $40.20. 8-6-3 trifecta $88.25. 10-cent super 8-6-3-2 $52.15. 6-8-8 late pick 3 $52.25. 5 with 6 with 1-8 with 8. The late pick 4 is worth $89.12. Nice pick 5 this afternoon. 3 with 5 with 6 with 1-8 with 8. All 5 get you $467. All 6 in our pick 6. 2-5 with 3 with 5 with 6 with 1-8 with 8. All 6 $648 even. 5 out of 6 $8.60. That's it for the Tuesday card. Sure hope you had a great day of racing. We will do it all over again tomorrow with a 1:15 first post. When leaving the track, please drive very carefully. This has been racing from Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Good night, everyone.